The immediate readjust. The question you've got to ask is, why didn't I readjust the camera before hitting go live? That's the question. Aeon and Bacon, Watto and welcome. Is it? God. Then I've got to bless Greenwood's little microclimate, because I actually had to put a hoodie on. It was too chilly. How are you both doing? I actually had some very good news before getting started, so if I seem like I'm a little bit more bouncy than I have been, that's why. PVS, that's a first. Or even a first. Darn it. It's annoying me, I still can't find the video that I keep referencing. I don't know, you don't care that I'm referencing a very, like a piece of like YouTube obscura, but I still find myself saying, Igoraptor likes this video. In a land before Game Grumps. Ooh, Bacon, I'm sorry. Oh no, J-Post! Well, I can promise you this, J-Post. What I have planned for today will not require high brain function. I'm offering vibes and cool indie shit. Oh, and just to update you on the rankings. So this month, Scotty is in the lead with 4. Wolfcrad and PVS are tied in second with 3. Fearless is in third, and then Jamami, John Deere, and Chaunerus are all at 1. Oh, Verdant, Watto, and welcome. And Verdant, thank you again, friend. Verdant gave me a physical copy of my favourite movie, which is really fucking cool. Okay. Okay. Sorry, yeah. So, oh, sorry, let me readjust the mic. Sorry, friends. PVS, that has been making me laugh so much. If you're wondering what PVS is talking about, so, and this actually does lead in neatly to the bit of good news I got. Actually, let's summon Discord. Remember when I used to have a bot do this for me? Oh my life. Okay, sorry about this. Because I don't mind talking about like game stuff over and over, because, you know, as people come and people go, it helps kind of, you know, get everybody on the same page. When it comes to like my nonsense, that's something else. Oh. You have chosen banter. The lobster turns upwards, revealing a legend in disguise. Legend, Watto, and welcome. Numbers, greetings. Watto, and welcome. I would say, apropos of nothing, that my ability to hate characters, not actors, might be one of my better learnt qualities. Because it took me years to work out where I knew it from, but the greeting of Watto used to be a very well, I say used to be, is a, at this point, ancient British greeting, but entered my vernacular as a child from Hugh Laurie in this weird little, and I say comedy in big brackets, about a posh toff who's a complete fucking idiot. And it was kind of, I can't remember if it was pre or post Fry and Laurie. So you all know him as fucking House, but before that he was part of a comedic duo, Fry and Laurie. They were everywhere. And yeah, during this one little comedy, because it's not funny, he played this posh British bloke who would kind of walk into a room and go, "What-o, what-o, what-o," and greet everybody. For those of you who are new here, the reason why I started saying it is I was losing my fucking mind while we were playing Dark Souls 3 as a big multiplayer thing. And I just, what was it? I'm going to kick in the door and scream, "What-ho, dickheads!" and I'm going to fight him. And then that became my catchphrase. So there you go. Yeah. Whoa, and Wolfcrad, the reason I bring this up is poor Jess had to listen to one of my rants about why I hate House. The character of House, I hate him with a passion. But I don't hate Hugh Laurie for playing him. Sorry, darling?
We have other reasons we didn't dislike him.
Oh, is he a dick?
He had a part in, whether it was an audiobook or a part in that Harry Potter shit.
Oh, he's doing turf wizard shit. Of course he is. Do I hate Sherlock Holmes too? No. Because Sherlock Holmes isn't part of the American medical industry. Every time House has to prove a point or show up his students or minions or worshippers, I forget what they are. Every time he does something like that, he has just saddled that person with insurmountable debt just to prove how fucking clever and clever smart he is. So, fuck House. His morphine-addled ass pose himself at work. Yeah, let's run 5 tests, just to prove how smarter he is, He was also the dad in the Stuart Little movies. Let's adopt a talking mouse. Well, also, Alnis, well, he likes talking down to, well, Sherlock likes talking down to Watson. Watson is still, he's the grounded element. Anyway, Stuart Little's dead by now, right? I mean, he's a regular mouse, which means he lives regular mouse life.
Is he a regular mouse? He talks.
He does talk, but he has the physiology of a mouse. Well, I guess he can't, because if he can talk, it means he has a voice box.
You have the physiology of man.
Sorry, Jess said, well, you have the physiology of a man, but... Damn. We're talking about movie villains. No, we're talking about the fact that I don't hate Hugh Laurie, although I'm now disappointed to find out he's doing turf wizard shit. But I do hate the character of House. I hate him so much. Like, on the scale of fictional characters that I hate, he's not quite above the entirety of the cast of The Big Bang Theory. But he's up there. Vershi, you know what? I was about to say this. Why aren't you writing? I remember you do tabletop stuff. Vershi says, and I quote, "House. The show in which people..." Oh, hold that thought.
Sadly, the Afuli Shopping District Construction Company will be closed due to its only worker being part of the GMTK Game Jam. Yes, we do give our mind slaves days off too.
So, Akari, when does that kick off? Is that this week? And hell yeah. Old, what's his name? John Brown and what have you. It's a cool bloke. Natted with him a few times. And seriously, Akari, thank you for the 200. Virtue was just saying that House is a show in which people with impossible to diagnose illnesses, seemingly infinite financial security, and zero common sense allow a drug addict to be wrong for 30 minutes and right for 5. Ah. Well, and Journalist, if it makes you feel any better, the amount of times where, you know, Canada plays Seattle is most medical dramas. Anyway, Watto and welcome, friends. Hello, hello. So, PVS brought up an excellent point, which I was just going to tell you the story. House is New Jersey? Fuck, of course it is. Of course it is. Anyway, so everybody had a little bit of a panic on my my socials yesterday. See, last week I had to go see dentist. The dentist. I only say go dentist because of Adventure Time. And I got bad news. Basically, I've got to have 3 teeth out. If I don't, yay, blood poisoning and bad times. The bill that they gave me was frightening, and I was shook. So afterwards, to raise spirits, well, we attempted to walk to Cafe Mox, which is a lovely little spot in the Greater Seattle region. One of the OG kind of like board game, magic, card store / food and bar place. It's really cool. We got downpoured on. Anyway, so after managing to dry off and have a spot of food and a little recovery, just took me to the Nordic Museum and took a bunch of photos, and one of them was me leaning over a replica longship, and Jess showed me the picture in black and white, and I thought it looked like my back of the book, right? See, okay, turns out I can't spell Shanghai. So, like, this is the book one of the books my granddad wrote, the Shanghai Tango. And as a kid, we had a copy, and that was the picture of him on the back. And I was like, oh shit, you know, I thought it looked like that. So I was really excited to share it with people. Apparently it looked like my in memoriam photo, so a bunch of people freaked the fuck out thinking I died. I am sad to inform you all that the rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. Yeah, look, I can't say the Shanghai Tango is a great book that you must read. It's very post... I don't know if Golden Age is the right way to put it. I guess, yeah, it's post-Golden Age, pre-Indiana Jones. My granddad was mostly known for doing Steve Roper and Mike Nomad, which was a comic series that ran for ages. Itself now most famous for being ripped the fuck off by one Roy Lichtenstein. So, yeah, get fucked Lichtenstein. Dustin, we'll get there.
Went to an atheist's funeral once. All dressed up and no place to go.
But what about ghosts? Erman, thank you. So, yeah, so I posted that picture and people thought I died. So, hello, not dead. I'm actually going to post one. I put them in IRL for posting, but I'm going to share the colors and the laughs and whatnot. But that was like a really cool photo. It's me leaning over an actual like longship and stuff. And yeah, the Nordic Museum down in Ballard is lovely. It's very calming, and there's a little Moomin exhibit. Look, I'm fully understanding that I am going to be cursed to be around for quite some time. I have made peace with this fact. But should the unforeseen happen, please do not make up a bunch of like nice bullshit about me. All right? Or make up things that are so outlandish that make people go, "Did he?" You have my permission for the bit. Anyway, got some good news. The dental people called me like literally as I was about to get going, and they've managed to bring the cost of everything down pretty significantly. So it's no longer as absolutely scary as it was, and it's entirely possible that I can do this and not have to immediately move out of here in destitution. You know, dental people or teeth goblins. Just get teeth goblins. Or just ants. Just teeth ants. Tants. Fundraising stream on laughing gas. I would never, ever condone the use of illegal substances on Twitch.television. But yeah, Scotty, I appreciate the suggestions. I assure you that the cost of travel and accommodation on top of all of that would vastly outstrip what I might save on the initial bill. So, promise you, I'm doing my research and my due diligence.
Fart jokes are also a form of laughing gas.
Huh. See, Wolfcrad, I know you threw that in as a bit, but philosophically, that's correct. It's a gas that causes a laugh. Especially if you can do one that sounds either like a creaky door or kind of like an old motorbike starting up. You know, the old or the it's possible.
Reducing financial insolvency to merely horrifying.
Erriman, fucking thank you. No. Thank you. No. I have not made a plan for what to do yet. I got the new information just before we got started. So...
My eulogy. Will was a cool guy who was loud on the internet and a benevolent cult leader.
And numbers, thank you. Seriously, Erriman, thank you. But hold fire, friends, because I want to come up with what I need and goals to not die. You know, it is insane that we live in this world where one must marathon it out for survival, but in the same breath, that's because I want to keep doing this. This is what I've chosen. So I'm going to come up with a plan. I don't know if it'll be Slugfest the 2nd or, you know, Shark Week 2, Son of Shark Week, or what have you, but it's no longer outside the realm of possibility. All right? So, go on.
Redo with the concept of the cardboard friend. Instead,
Okay.
craft you an entire suit and you dress up like a shark.
Like a cardboard shark.
While you play some
R.I.P. Will, who never did share his secret to time travel with us. I can't help but worry about the paradox here.
Jess wants to make me a cardboard shark costume for Subnautica 2. And Shaunerus, you're totally fine. Numbers, feckin' thank you. Alnus, thank you. Here's the thing. if you lot all decide to make up a fake cult that I was ahead of, I won't ghost stop you. I think that would be insanely funny. Because the thing is, I have spent my entirety saying, it's not a cult. It's not a cult. But it would be extremely funny if you're like, oh man, do you remember the time we did that sacrifice? Oh, those rituals that Will had us doing were super weird. Y'all could meme into history. No, don't do a shark casket, as funny as it would be. It'll cost you too much money. Alright? Local Duke in exile. Anyway. You can't stop us? You're dead! Fuck! I'm gonna push over so many books in protest. Obviously, I can't do much because, you know, unspiteful. Anyway, look. Ehrman. $100 is a crazy amount of money. I think that's one of the things that really kind of broke me when I got the news about this was just how much cash it was going to be and how I could use that for so many other things instead of not dying. And it's not even not dying, it's just if I don't do this now, then I will have 3 little ticking time bombs in my head that will eventually turn into, like, you know, oh shit, oh fuck tier problems. Oh, I can haunt Tim Sweeney! Ah! Give me the shark socks! Bet. Sorry, I don't mean to be morbid. I'm not fussed by this kind of conversation, so I apologize. I've been freaking out about this. I haven't been sleeping, I have been very stressed, and I've been trying to, like, math my way around it. I don't know if they want to be known, but a friend over the weekend threw a huge chunk of change at the problem. Now, it's by no means solved, and before, it was this point where I wasn't quite sure I could make the rest of it, and that was freaking me out. Now, I think I can do it. And, you know, this evening or, you know, over the next couple of days, I'm going to have a think about what we can do. Yeah, Wolfgrad, exactly. But that's the thing, it's like, it's not... I'm well past the point of... And obviously, this is why I had a big cry about it, is because, like, I don't want to stop doing this. I don't want to lose everything. And it being the result of, you know, poor choices as being a youngling fucking sucks. Stupid fucking Tiny Will didn't even know what fucking streaming was. Little dickhead. This is why Fred doesn't let me have the time machine unsupervised anymore, because I will go and beat up Tiny Will. Anyway. Sorry, I don't mean to focus on the me stuff, just, this is good news. I'm going to come up with a plan, and we're going to do it. And then in 2 weeks, I'm going to be 3 teeth lighter. And then sometime the following year, I can have teeth rebuilt by science. Sorry, the slow alarm. You know what, Ehrman, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back in time. I'll split the difference with you. I'll beat up Tiny Will, but then I'll give him a Gundam sooner. You know what? Vernon, this whole situation has made me hate sharks even more. Before I was afraid of them. Now I hate them. They say sharks regrow teeth, which isn't 100% accurate. They're always growing teeth. They don't, like, lose one and regrow it. They have a fucking magazine per setup. Well, there's a name we haven't seen in a million years. Sage, Watto, and welcome. How was your stream? How have you been? Watto, and welcome. I said Watto twice, sorry. just talking about how I'm mostly afraid of sharks, but I also hate them because they grow teeth in a magazine. So each time one of their teeth comes out, they don't regrow it. There's another one that just locks in. Ancient sharks had a drum magazine for a mouth. See, on the one hand, Ehrman, I did see that thing about like the 2-phase trial of regrowing teeth, which sounds awesome. But I've played so many horror games over the years. If that goes wrong, ugh. The horror. But yeah, so to those of you who've just joined us, welcome. Today we are playing Lobsterpunk. Started streaming again, and so many rats. So many rats. Where are the rats coming from? Oh, Plague Tale Requiem. I will say, if any of you are ever, maybe not bored, our good friend Tommy Thompson has done a whole series on Plague Tale Requiem and how the rat AI works. And it's so much more intricate, but also clever than just like swarming tech. Let me grab you a link. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, and just as a quick thing, so the channel is called AI in Games. It predates the AI slop apocalypse that we are currently surviving the end of. It's about video game NPC AI in environments, and this one is specifically how the flow fields work. Now, if you've never played Plague Tale Requiem, the mechanical hook of it is that it's during this like hyper, like over accented Black Death. So it's not just, a plague carried by rats, it's a plague of rats. And they swarm over things almost like a liquid. And so there are segments when you have to keep them at bay with like fire and things and move through them, which gives a larger portion of the game's puzzles. And it's really, really good. I haven't played the follow-up title, and I think they're up to 3 now. But absolutely worth having a look at. And Tommy Thompson's breakdown as to why it's so clever, fucking brilliant. Right. Dustin has been very patient. I've been patient. Who wants to talk about Dicko? No, what you need is a Molotov. Just spike it down. All right, who wants to talk about Dicko? Okay. So, are you all familiar with the 14-year-old boy test? That anytime you are coming up with a branding, naming conventions or anything, you should check with a bunch of fucking kids. Because if you tell it to them and they laugh, you probably should name your game something else. Yesterday, sorry, I'm still abusing my powers for emotional support Dreamcast music. So yesterday, it was announced that a tiny team would be working on a new DC fighting game. Now, it is a mobile fighting game, which isn't necessarily bad, Nobody talks about it, but the Power Rangers Into the Grid started life as a mobile fighting game and is really good. But that's another story. Anyway, the game is called DCKO. Now you can see the branding, you can see what they were going for. You know, hell, Riot's probably soon to be abandoned. 2XKO uses a similar setup, i.e. the 2v2, and a similar naming convention. The problem is, when you write it, it says Dicko. People just pop in the letters as is. And there are many ways to look at this. Dustin's theory is that they're going for a strange scaffold maneuver. Well, and see, Aeon, we'll get there. We'll fucking get there. They dotted the I. I would say, Dustin, and I like your theory better than mine, but what most likely happened is that the DC licensing team would not change it. They would not back up on it. So like in DKKO, the DC Comics logo is exactly where the I would be for Dicko. Shitaru, what unwelcome. And like, look, I know I use it as an example, but it's the... No, sorry, I know I use it as an example, and honestly, I didn't interact with Games Workshop directly, but for those that did, they were actually really fucking cool. There used to be one guy who was responsible for the micro-licensing stuff. I'm sure there's a team now, and he's a fucking ledge. Anyway, but the point was, the Warhammer brand people and the Total War brand people they drew their line. The reason why it's not Total Warhammer and it was Total War Warhammer, saying war twice, is because the Warhammer brand people wouldn't change theirs, and the Total War people wouldn't change theirs, because it's two separate brands. There's not a smudging. Yes, Chaunerus, it is in the same vein as the Fantastic Foreskins. And Shitaru, thank you. I like how you make like a little spot the corgi in the pint glass. Harriman, you fucking ledge. Sorry, my brain hasn't processed that yet. You can tell I'm moving a little quick. Well, yeah, and Scotty, they should have at least gone with DC.ko, like CSGO. But they didn't. Do you find something risible about the name Big O Dicko? And it's most likely it is a great microcosm of how dumb ideas make it up the corporate ladder, because no one wants to be the person in a serious meeting who's going to put their career on the line to say, "This name looks like Dicko." Jenkins, what did you say? Get out of here. It does not look like Dicko. It is a serious brand conversation of two brands. So yeah, this has brought me infinite joy. Now, if you have the soul of a shitposter, if you have that talent for it, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a bad thing. Your game's premise has to support a certain level of mimetic nonsense. With this, I don't think it was intentional. However, it has helped it stand out, you know. And I do not agree with the philosophy that, all publicity is good publicity. But it has now given people one of the things that humans have been engaging in since we've been able to draw, and that is putting dicks on things. That the caliber of dick joke is what's going to define people's coverage of Dicko, right? Because, sure, the TTP is 0, which means that it is not the frequency of the TTP, but the quality of the chortle. Yeah, well, I mean, Chaunerus, the problem is once something is in the popular vernacular, you can't unring that bell. You know, you can have a bit of a joke and a laugh with a marketing campaign, but with this, so like, Ubisoft did a really good marketing campaign with Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Not that it really needed it, but they did pirate raids on other social media accounts. So like, you know, they took over other like video game brands and stuff like that. Yeah, and the thing is, Alan, is, and the jokes write themselves, a competitive Dicko scene. There's going to be competitive Dicko tournaments. As a friend once said, the existence of casual sex implies the existence of ranked competitive sex. Yeah, Eggman taking over Sonic account, things like that. Somebody on Blue Sky called it hung justice. That's brilliant. And it's really funny because like the initial reaction, like that first reaction by journos was DKKO. It's not Injustice 3. You know, it's not, because DC is Warner, right? Or the Warner conglomerate blob. And they already killed their 2v2 Smash style brawler. I assume because Shaggy was too OP. Yeah, PVS, Dicko swinging contests. It just writes itself. No, and Jonah was like, the problem is that as soon as they acknowledge the joke is dead, right? And once the joke is dead, it stops being internet funny. So they have to play it. They have to play it straight. They can never acknowledge it. If you want a good example of acknowledging the joke backfiring, or acknowledging the joke killing the joke, the moment that weirdo, probably a sex pest, Jared Leto. Yes, cult leader Jared Leto. He is actually a cult leader. Allegedly. When he acknowledged the whole Morbius thing, dead.
It'll blow over in a week or two.
Nah. I don't know. I can see this fighting game rising to prominence. Oh. See what I mean? As soon as they acknowledge the joke is dead. When movie killer and professional creepy man Jared Leto, when he acknowledged the whole Morbius jokes, it died and it dropped off a cliff. No longer funny. And this is understanding the language and internet vernacular is very important. Warner acknowledging Big Chungus killed Big Chungus. Big Chungus was just a very, very like cartoonishly massive Bugs Bunny. It's funny because he's called Big Chungus. However, Ultra Instinct Shaggy, the acknowledgement of that did remain funny, because that was seen as a reflection of internet humor rather than what's up, fellow kids with two skateboards. If you're unfamiliar with it, Ultra Instinct Shaggy is this concept that Shaggy is somehow this like super god tier fighter. The fact that he could eat that entire stack of sandwiches at once was just testament to his power. And the memes around it were extremely funny. Anyway, I wanted to share some hilarity because, I don't know, I had to remind myself today that we do not need to find things to be angry about. Basically, there was an NFT game that became a non-NFT game but had loads of AI stuff in, but now the AI stuff is out, that got released today, and I was going to be like, oh. And I was like, you know what? I'm looking around, no one is talking about this game. It has nothing really to offer. It's a boring... If you took the fun out of Helldivers and made it first person, it's that. And so something like this is funny because we can laugh at the dick jokes. We can make some exceptional ones ourselves, but, you know, a mobile fighting game doing well, we all win? Because a fighting game can't be as dark pattern coded as other kinds of games. And for it to succeed, you know, anything that's outside of, at least currently, the Saudi investment fund's stranglehold on competitive fighting games, or at least the competitive fighting scene, is good. You know? Scotty thought we were talking about Shaggy the Shit Singer. How can we be talking about him? He didn't do it. It wasn't him. I'd also like to point out that at no point should anyone take the singer Shaggy as legal defense. And I will admit, I did get a little bit angry about it, and did post about it, of the team behind Splitgate are laying people off. And I was very mean about it, but I do stand by what I said in that you could chart how, what's his fucking face, Boyo McShithat, how he ran a good project and good team into the ground single-handedly. Like, you could study it. My exact words were, what was it? The way in which Matey Boy tanked Splitgate should be studied like scientists studying dysentery. No. So Splitgate was what if Portal but Halo? It was a team v team shooter where you could put portals on things, and the first one did very, very well. You ruined a perfectly good game. I ruined 2 games. If you don't remember this old tale, TLDR during, I want to say it was Game Awards? No, Summer Games Fest. PVS has gifted a sub to DKKO. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, so Splitgate was the game from the Hat Jerk, because what happened was they were moving from Splitgate to Splitgate 2. Splitgate 2 was in a rough state, and he decided to walk out on stage with basically a fake MAGA hat, then shit on a bunch of other games, and then walk off stage. And the thing that I cannot state enough, do not shit on other games as a creator of games. There are a few, right? There are some rare instances. I am advising. Wait, I'm getting paid?
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah. The first wave of people that hear about your game are people that really love games. And when you shit on a bunch of games all at once, it shows 2 things. 1, fuck you for hating the game that I love. And 2, fuck you for hating games. Like, people don't go into the games industry because they don't care. You can do the same kind of work in other industries, or could do the same kind of work in other industries for less stress and more pay. You go into games because you fucking love them. And so when you're there, you're at the epicenter of English language game announcements, and you're like, fuck your games, my game's so cool. All people want to do is beat you with a stick, and they did. They beat the users off him, and the users then in turn were like, oh, you want to go out here and announce all this shit? The game's not in a good state. His announcement essentially is like, you know, I bet you're tired of Call of Duty being shit, and you're sick of all these things. Well, we're gonna do it. And then his audience turned around and went, yeah, you're selling incredibly expensive DLC, and Splitgate 2's not ready. So this completely backfired. He tried to walk it back. The only problem being is that the only way to pull back from media that bad is to make a statement of equal or greater counter message, or to just improve your title over time and just take the abuse. You know, no one made him walk out with that stupid fucking hat. No one made him talk shit about other games. Because if you're going to shit on other games, you better make sure your castle is made stone. And it wasn't. And then, whilst Splitgate 2 has been in a bad state, they announced and released another game, which was a vertical movement shooter with a kind of... Well, they wanted to draw comparisons to Titanfall 2, but it's more of a kind of parkour, I don't know, a slightly more colourful Brink, if you will. And that didn't really go down. People didn't really give a shit. Yeah, and also Ehrman, that's where I was getting angry. It's like, he's not paying the price for his fuck-ups. The people who actually make the game are, you know? And to be honest, I mean, that's the smart thing to do. There have been a few instances where, you know, people have run their mouth, said heinous stuff, been dropped by the studio, and the studio has managed to unfuck it. No, so Ketteril, that's the Mind's Eye lot, and they are wildly fucked. I don't like throwing around mental health terms. You know, I don't want to call them like crazy or insane. They have AI psychosis. We know this. And the AI psychosis has become so pronounced that, yes, for the failure of Mind's Eye was blamed on corporate sabotage, was blamed on, you know, specific streamers and YouTubers being paid as part of a targeted attack campaign and shit like that. Like, that is some serious conspiratorial nonsense, all the while laying off more and more of the team and putting in more and more generative AI slop. You know? But this is also a very, very good point of, like, that's why I try not to shit on games, because one we saw come out this year called Samson didn't do very well. It's very rough. However, the team behind it were like, yeah, we have a tiny budget and we wanted to make something big, so we're just going to keep working on it and making it better. I'm like, fuck yeah, go you lot. You can recover a fumble. You can't recover a fumble by asking ChatGTP and then, you know, I don't know, huffing fumes in a box. Just look at No Man's Sky. And they got flooded as well. Now, is it hard to do that? Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to feel like the whole internet hates your fucking life and then keep working hard to make a thing better. What if it's huffing fumes out of the box? It's just GTP exhausts in a box room. Anyway, I've driven myself wildly off topic, but just more to the point of, like, I don't want to go through the habit of finding things for us to get mad about, you know? And, you know, if a game wants to drop its NFTs and replace its AI slop stuff and release to a resounding crickets, you know, good on them. There's loads of great games to talk about today. I'm just currently seeing if there's any new video game stuff. The whole thing going on around id Software has been hard. Id keeps saying that no, they haven't lost all the people that made Doom and Quake good. All the people who've been fired are being like, yeah, no, it's been gutted. Unity announced Unity 7. However, Unity 7 will not be a mandatory upgrade, and they're being very, very stum about what generative AI features will be crammed into it. DJ Coil, Watto, and welcome. Oh, and interestingly, Hasbro has been very quietly killing all of their video game projects. We don't know to what extent, but after the success of Baldur's Gate 3, Hasbro were on a high. Their kind of like divorced dad era of trying to kind of slow cook their next big hit from their IPs, which they are now drastically pulling back from. And the thing is, it's not just Baldur's Gate 3. Like, we played it, we love it, it's fucking great. The one that they had that was making all the money was Monopoly Go. Monopoly Go made more money than sense. Well, so DJ Coil, I wouldn't say dire. I just think that they've changed their strat, and they've killed the ones they're going to kill now, and the rest they're going to kill later. Well, and Aeon, that is also the thing. Like, the people at the corpo level seeing the head count of a studio, rather than being like, no, it is a group of creatives. It's very, very interesting. Because obviously, you know, I grew up in the UK, and I haven't watched TV on the regular for a long, long, long time. But what's been fascinating is listening to people talk about SNL. You know, how different casts affected it, how which were the good years, which were the bad years, which were the great casts, which were the bad casts, so on and so forth, right? Oh, PVS, good luck, fight well. And remember, if you don't get an audible groan from the crowd when they read out your team name, you need a better team name. Which were whiskey drinks, which were cider drinks. Damn it, Versh, you lost my train of thought. PVS, bravo. Bravo. Look, friends, I can't recommend TikTok as a thing you should do, but I will admit, when it comes to current affairs, TikTok is a breath of fresh air, let me tell you. But anyway, no, my previous point has completely dropped out of my head, which means it can't have been that good. And that's kind of the long and short of it. I should probably tell Blue Sky we're live. Fuck. There we go. Now I'm live. It's fine. If whatever it is comes back to me, we can jump back to natter about it. But let me show you some cool shit. So, whatever your... And this is the thing that I haven't seen anybody aside from us talking about. Whatever your flavor, whatever kinds of games you're into, there is fucking cool shit coming out today.
I figured we were all waiting for Senator Sanders to invite McConnell over so we can all start the weekend at Bernie's memes.
Scotty, I couldn't possibly comment. Remember, don't get the Discord subpoenaed. So, we have, and this is okay. I'm just going to cover games that came out today, which is games that came out today that are on my wish list. We have 4, and we could not have a more different bag. So to start off with, now we played the demo of this during a Steam Next Fest, and this is the Scarlet Deer Inn. All of the frames of animation for the characters and varying elements are embroidered, which is fucking cool. The team behind this built the instruments to make the soundtrack. And this is one of these these projects that cause me like a little divide by zero, because from a business standpoint, making your whole game, making every frame of animation out of embroidery is an exercise in masochism and failure. Except for they did it, and it works. The artistic intent of it is felt so clearly. Now, obviously, I'm tired of these low effort games. So low effort. The intent was to evoke kind of almost like a Bayer tapestry, the game kind of vibe. Thank you, Dustin. That someone appreciates my humorous brilliance. You know, hand animated assets are hard enough even at the best of times, but look at this. It gives it like this beautiful idyllic quality, and it means that the slightly I wouldn't even call them spoopy, but the thing that lurks beneath the town has a little bit more weight to it, you know? Again, I think it shows... Yeah, they built the instruments. Also, I love the fact that they add at the end, during the development of Scarlet Deer Inn, their duo expanded into a trio with the birth of their baby, bringing a whole new level of chaos. It's fucking cool. It's fucking cool. Alright? Then, as we get weirder, now this is Dive or Die, Children of Rain. Someone called this a roguelike Echo the Dolphin. It is weird, it is scrumbly, it is underwater. You're diving for resources to try and keep your little settlement alive. Now, I don't know if this is going to be if this is going to be good, or if this is going to be frightening, if this is going to be like awesome or just fucking weird. So I will admit I considered it for today, but ultimately I wanted to do Lobsterpunk because it's the most interesting pitch I've seen in ages. It's abyssal pool innuendo. Innuendo. But yeah, you can see what I mean about this being, for lack of a better term, scrambly. Then, keeping with some proper weirdness, photomally. Manage a photo studio, restock supplies, buy upgrades, photograph customers, and print their orders while encountering unexpected events. It's a lot of teeth. Favor 6 all the time, friend. But I got cool games and we've got good banter, so hopefully that will help. Are you sure the teeth thing is just a bug? Oh, probably. I can deal with abyssal horrors, but I draw the line at smiling. Yup. I mean, the thing that made me laugh on this one is that, one, like, it's a shop game, or shop simulator game, or whatever you want to call it, which is fun. Like, I enjoy those. I know you enjoy those. And making something genuinely unsettling in this space is not easy. Like, probably sick to the back teeth of me talking about, you know, horror and spooky stuff and things like that. I just find that I'm also not a fan as loud as scary. If you're going to use jump scares, you have to use them well. Jump scares, QTEs, things like that, less is more. And I find that this has the potential to do something really unsettling. Maybe it's great, maybe it's terrible. I will say that you'll notice Welcome to the Game isn't on here, because that series weirds me out, and definitely does heavily weaponize the loud is scary. But, you know, we've gone from weird to smiling. How about just a fucking gorgeous classic? Fading Echo, we've seen at multiple events and showcases. A kind of a... My brain wants to say Splatoon 'em up. Just a nice classic 3D platformer with a bit of the old punch and fightiness, with your character getting different kind of elemental hair types as you progress. Hyperlight Splatoon.
People ask me, Akari, I'm dying, please help. And I keep telling them I'm dragging them to Dr. Nosebleed. They keep yelling they want real help.
I hadn't seen Dr. Nosebleed. That's very good. Thank you for the 200. I haven't processed Airman's donation yet, because I was hyperactive, and I'm going to try not to think about it till the end of the day. But yeah, this dropped today. And it's just like the quality and the breadth and depth that we're seeing. Like, usually you'd get one of these games a year, maybe. Like, I still keep thinking about how when we had PsyOps and then we had Second Sight dropping within a month of each other, and everyone was like, whoa, how can we tell these two psychic games apart? They both look similar. And the sheer number of games we're getting every day. You know?
Additional mental dissociation.
That's gonna be my mindless self-indulgence cover band. Errorman, like seriously, thank you. All right. But yeah, like for the doom and gloom that we see every day, just the sheer number of games. Now I did consider a bunch of these throughout today. I know Lance and Jin got to hit Desktop Explorer, and it looks like Desktop Explorer is doing very well, so I'm not quite as like rushing to get to it. Same with Database Detective and things like that. No one's done the Ministry for Anomaly Observation yet, so that one we might be rushing. And there's a little game called The Mermaid Mask, which I don't know if any of you have heard of. Oh yes, Chonorus, Shifted Midnight. Did that just drop, or is that just about to drop? Because Jess covered, if not Shifted Midnight, definitely the other one.
I don't think I did Shifted Midnight. I think it's in my wish list.
Yeah, I only know about it from you. You know.
It was one of those that I looked at and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna love that. It's gonna do well.
Yeah.
So I just didn't touch it.
You know, this.
Co-op games.
Yeah, plus this one's co-op.
And you know, I don't have anyone who plays games with me, so.
I've been desperate to play games with you.
Yeah.
Would you like to hear my impression of Jess playing video games with me?
First off, I've been
Honk,
awake.
me, me, me,
I wake
me,
up
me,
so
me, me.
early.
Honk me.
Damn. If I fucking made money off being a creator, I could wake up whenever I want to.
All you have to do is drive your entire life into the ground.
I've done that at least 5 times. The only thing I get is more trauma.
If you got both. However, what you have gotten is crazy good at Blender already.
You want to see what I'm working on now?
Fucking yeah. You might have to like phone screen and post it to Discord so the homies can see.
Oh, yes.
Rilu with drive your entire life into the ground. You called?
Yeah, that's my thing.
Yeah, Rilu, you can't claim that one. We have the fucking Avengers of self-sabotage. Verdant, I swear to fuck. I swear to fuck. Oh, Mole. Oh, yeah, Mole, that game. Ah, I wonder who binged the fuck out of that.
Merton's just mentioning it because they want you to know you're a trendsetter.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so Jess has been toying with Blender the last couple of days, and it's been going really good. And Rilu, you know what? Today has been a big old uptick, which is really good. I got to have a bunch of stuff done to my gob, and not only I got a call that it's going to be significantly cheaper than they first quoted me, and it's actually doable. So it's going to be scary and it's going to be a big deal, but might be able to get through it without detonating my entire life. So maybe I should be able to fucking sleep.
Oh my, it's one of your dating addictions and indie games.
I do have an indie game addiction. Someone in a Discord I'm in posted, "Hey, what are you playing right now?" And I started to go, I was like, wait, no, Will, no. They're industry people. They're not ready for what you know. They can't go where you go. Well, I should say where we go. Because you were already well established in your own right, and you lot literally tune in for this. You can't even blame me. Look, you survived a night of will drinking on day one. Oh yeah, and Aeon, I'm glad you're enjoying Devil Daggers. Have you gotten into the movement tech yet? That you can diagonally dash ski faster around the map than you can run, and that the shotgun blast has recoil, meaning you can use the shotgun blast if you jump at exactly the right time to rocket propel yourself around the map. Not counting the 2 secret areas that you can find before you grab the initial dagger. Wonga for wisdoms. No, Scotty, because I don't want to have to explain the term Wonga because it does sound like a slur. So Aeon, I wish I'd kept the replay of it, but I managed to use like air tech to move through. Bless you, and also bless you. To move through the millipede in Devil Daggers. Don't worry, I'm gonna. Ooh. If you've never seen it, this is Devil Daggers. The goal is to survive for 500 seconds, and that's it. 1 achievement, 1 goal. And yes, Favor 6, that term was used for a super dodgy payday loan company in the UK.
Nice.
You are a strange wizard. You shoot daggers from your hands. Go. The follow-up to this is called Hyper Demon, and is basically... It is to shooters what Street Fighter Third Strike is to fighting games. It's simple on the outset, but so incredibly technical. I used to play this for like 4 or 5 minutes a day when the coffee wasn't cutting it.
I found my thing.
Oh shit, you found your thing.
I found my thing.
Is there a picture in Discord?
I cannot
Oh.
get there, dude.
What? I want to. I'm.
God. Everybody's cracked out on caffeine, dude.
I'm sorry that you're making cool things. I want people to see it. Go ahead, Sorry, that was my penis.
No.
Oh. But yeah, Aeon, I'm glad you're enjoying this. Every time people say, like, Will, you should just stream what you love, I'm like, you want to watch this 8 hours a day? But yeah, so Hyperdemon is the follow-up, and there's also a thing, Hyperdemon PvP is free. You can just play that. Yeah, and this was the follow-up. This is wild. And Verdant, we'll see you when you get back.
Alright, let me put the thing in the back. Creation celebration.
So, the way Hyperdemon's visual styles work is there are dashes, there are combos, ground slams, and all sorts. And also, it goes almost spherical with the fisheye, because the closer something gets to the behind of you, the more the fisheye warps around, so you can see if things are trying to creep up on you. Oh, okay. And friends, if you cast your eyes into Creation Celebration, see Jess's latest creation. And that's day 2 of using Blender. Anyway. Oh, it's Steam maintenance time, isn't it? Oh, yeah. I said it was fucking awesome.
Wow. All that hard work and all I get is
You didn't get it now. I said it was like day 2 of creations. It looks awesome. Oh my god. I'm dealing with this lot. I showed them a little bit of Hyperdemon and they were having a bad time, so I had to get rid of it. Anyway. Everything happens so much. Right. Just going to let Blue Sky know what we're up to. And, friends, we're going to be heading towards Lobsterpunk. So this is the game we're going to be playing today, which is significantly... Oh, can I show you? Yeah. Okay. Make your way through an abandoned city powered solely by the combustion of lobsters. Bring dead machinery one last breath of life. And undoubtedly, I will say that with things like Devil Daggers and Hyperdemon and things like that, when you're playing it, it's not so bad. It's like watching somebody play VR. Like, it's a drastically different experience. Because I try and go back and watch the Half-Life Alyx stream we did of, God, a million years ago. And it's the weird little head movements that I don't realise I'm doing with the headset on. I can't watch it. I mean, Scotty, I haven't had the chance to do, I think it's called Into the Radius. But aside from that, like, it's probably one of the best VR games I've played. You know, brilliant story, brilliant writing. It does such a good job of creating a smaller scale that feels massive. Like, actually, one of the things that's kind of fascinating is that when you have a franchise that's known for an action hero, how do you make other stories in that world? I love talking about ODST. You know, how the Halo franchise is about Mr. the Master Chief. And how he is an unstoppable and incredibly lucky, like, walking super soldier machine of death. But what does that world look like to people? Well, one of the things that's fascinating is that Gordon Freeman in his power suit is incredibly lucky and incredibly violent. Alex is a person, and so the scale and scope of it is reduced, but because it's in VR, and you're having to duck under things and hide and actually look through cupboards, you know, it changes the weight of it. You know, headcrabs being significantly scarier. So Favor 6, I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't agree with the statement that it's the exception that proves the rule. More that recontextualizing a universe through a different lens can often be the best way to make it and everything else around it brilliant. ODST is a mournful ensemble piece. You know, little vignettes explored through by a silent protagonist. You know, the they're not called hell divers, they're called hell droppers or what have you. The ODSTs are pretty badass in the grand scheme of things. But they are still people. Hell jumpers, thank you. But looking at this city and, you know, the non-Spartan humans that tried to hold out, it recontextualizes the elements of the other games. Half-Life Alyx makes the events of Half-Life 2 better because you're like, oh shit, Gordon Freeman's a force of fucking nature. We don't have many examples of it because you have to have an existing franchise with already larger than life characters. You know, the ecosystem required to create an ODST. I would say Andor is probably another great example of it. You know, in a world of space wizards and, you know, larger than life characters, just some down on their luck people trying to do good. You know, nobody has magic powers, nobody has special laser swords. I know. Sorry, on the go to sleep playlists haven't really been go to sleep playlists for me because I haven't been sleeping very well. But it does mean I have caught up on a lot of game deep dives and game theories, and not Matthew Patthew game theories, I might add. Okay. Oh yeah, no, and jumping back, Unholy Glee, the head crabs become super fear-inducing in VR. Now, it's one of those things that, like, once you've experienced the medium a fair wedge, and you're not being inundated with, like, information on all sides, it's actually easier to deal with head crabs in Half-Life Alyx than it is in Half-Life. Because, like, if one of them jumps at you, you can pick up a chair and you can bash it out the way. but that means you have to be cognizant of what's going on. But the actual jump scare of it coming at you and hearing it skit around but not being able to see where it is, like... Did you hear that? And Vanderbeest, what's on? Welcome. Sorry, I just want to quickly tell people that we're doing Lobsterpunk. Oof, Bacon, I'm so sorry. Down Bacon's way, it's officially 100.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, that's a Texas size no thank you from us. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Fried bacon. Sorry, I had to say it.
Wow. It's a little bit of drama.
Oh, little fried Eggman.
Ooh, okay, all right.
You know what's fun is you make the same noises when you're playing like competitive FPS as when you're working on Blender. Okay, right. I have informed everybody of all of the stuffs. Oh yeah, I think Lurkit just hates me.
Probably.
But I guess the mound did well enough that they don't really care. Yeah, it's sold pretty good.
Of course it did.
Okay. Right. Friends, miscreants, legends. I didn't see anything else in game news that we needed to talk about today. I didn't see anything else popping up from in the hot sheets. Yeah, I didn't see it. Sorry for going to space for a second there. View from the box says, oh, it's 103 in North Texas. Oh, look, I did Austin once during July, and I had to literally run from one stall to the next just to kind of cool my pasty ass down. Oh, bad times, bad times. Stealing a joke from Blue Sky, the engineer who worked on companion AI for Final Fantasy 15 is credited as a Prompto engineer. He is sweet bean. Sweet bean. Yeah, aside from that, friends, I hope you had an excellent weekend. I don't know what you all got into video games wise. I am kind of boring in my downtime, but I am super grateful for Super Fantasy Kingdom, which has been keeping me sane. If I haven't shown it to you, it's a roguelike little city builder. I don't know why it's got mixed reviews. It's dead simple. Hang on, bring it back. It's dead simple. You have your little fortress. All of the build paths and areas are preset. You just decide what goes where and in what order. And then you have little layup of heroes kind of tower defensing your fortifications out the front. And that's it. Each run, you get a little bit of progression. You get a little bit more each time you start. And you know what? Like, it's just the right amount of like knights and merchants itch combined with, you know, a little bit of strategy. I'm actually getting to the point now where I'm looking at like layups and synergies and formations, and it's really good. Kind of not sure why people are giving it a not recommended by your friend. It's not fun. All right, it's okay to be wrong. I guess everybody here is disliking the grind of it, which for me I see as a fucking selling point. So I don't know.
That's kind of like a game.
Yeah, well,
I'm just like, maybe the game was boring.
I think so. Sometimes it's okay for a game not to be something that people like. You know, I loved Vampire Survivors, but this game doesn't support controllers. I love Vampire Survivors, but I find its progression, at least early on, was quite odd. J-Post played Mermaid Mask. It was great. Fuck yeah. I completely forgot that our good buddy Edwin is not only in it, but plays the lead. Because I am, let me check my notes here, a bad friend. Sometimes the worst. That's wild. Orzine, like, does anyone else even remember the planet sites? Sorry, Orzine catapulting me back into the past by mentioning Planet Quake. I lived on Planet Unreal and also Planet Half-Life because they didn't clear out old versions of patches and files. So when things disappeared from, what was it, like Deck 16 or Deck 32, one of the main Half-Life modding sites, you could still find them on the Planet sites. And Planet Unreal had this mech-based but Egyptian-themed mod where the mod team, if I remember rightly, imploded, and it was gone from their site, so you couldn't download it there, but you could download it from the Planet site. Kids these days will never know what it used to take to update a game. Oh, I hate day one patches. Do you? Do you, little Timmy? I don't think you do. If I had you get Quake 3 running on an old system, you'd fucking die.
Here we go.
Back in my day.
Here we go. I'm sorry.
Ketterall's on more Project Silverfish and Balatro. That's a good combo. It's so wild, Vershi. It's almost like people are allowed to like different things.
It's weird.
It's so weird.
It's allowed to do that in this economy?
Yeah. And I will admit that I've been playing a lot of got a little open achievement. I've been playing a lot of the Arena Breakout PvE mode. Sorry, I don't know why that was so hard to say. Thanks, brain. It's not as good as Silverfish, and it's definitely not. It's not a reason for you to download and start playing it now. But as someone who's been playing a lot of Arena, it's been good fun, and I'm having more interesting moments. Like, the amount of times where I think I'm going to get stuck with a bunch of assholes, and then everyone actually ends up like supporting each other and being cool, you know. And sometimes when the karma stick comes a swinging, it's quite funny. All I had to do was take out a boss, and this one person was playing super sweaty by themselves, kept rushing ahead of where me and my team were, killing all the bad guys, taking all the loot, and then rushing ahead of us. And I'm like, all right, you know what? Fine. This run is a wash. And I found them in a sea of corpses later on because someone had gotten cocky and gotten themselves killed. But then I was having a hard time post bad news, and I got myself killed in the dumbest way. And so I'm there. You know that silence after you've like just lost a, you know, either a competitive game or an extraction shooter, but it's no one's fault but your own. And that's that immediate quiet that follows it. I'm sitting in that, and I'm like, well, here I am. Somebody else, and I'll never know who, went and got all of my kit together and walked it out. And not just like a couple of goodies, but all my bullets, all my outfit, you know, my gun, everything. Oh, God. Well, so Orzine, I don't know what you used, but I ended up using like FileZilla to avoid like file corruption on download. Sorry, if we're talking about old games, I used to play Unreal Tournament with a hyper-realistic gun mod and zombies. I was basically building my own little DayZ back in the day, I guess. But it was over 20 meg to download, so I had to disconnect the modem, reconnect the modem, and then immediately start the download and maybe sneak it in. And then obviously I got the download managers. I used to live on fucking Jedi Knight mods. It's a good time. Okay, so this is Lobsterpunk. We are going to be exploring a world abandoned. Did he? That's so cool! And you just did that in like what, an hour? Less?
How long have you been live?
Well, hour and a half.
Yeah, so hour and a half to get to where we're at now.
Yeah, hour and a half for a full gremlin face. Jess has gotten into a blender the last 2 days and has coming along in leaps and bounds. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Orzine was saying they feel bad about watching Dan struggle through the Riven remake. Yeah. I didn't get a chance to tune in, but like the Riven remake is still just Riven, and ooh. We've learned so much since Myst and Riven that have informed games like Blueprints and stuff like that. But the early game for both of those fucking sucks. Look, it's 2026. We have learned how to make better puzzle games. Myst and Riven are iconic, they are incredible, but they have the worst starts of any game. And I think we can agree there. Oh, yeah, Orzine, I forgot you blend. Oh, fuck sticks. Alright. Alright, where is it? So I turned off squats on Saturday because I cracked my knee on the cabinet. It turned out actually it was just muscle pain that was kicking my ass. But I have no excuse to turn them off. I have no excuse to keep them off. 5 squats from snails. It's back on. Yeah, what's so hard? And that's why it's not finger slipped. Don't try and be coy. I turned it on. But whilst people stack them up, because I'm probably going to end up having to do the full 60. So hard. I think that's what's so complex about Riven and Mist is that you need to work out the logic of the world, and once you do, then the puzzles make sense, and you realize all the clues that have been. Fuck you guys. You knew what you were doing. And when you do finally crack those puzzles in the early game of Mist and Riven and stuff like that, it feels good, but that initial. We've gotten to a point now where we can make puzzle games that aren't just about telling the user, hey, get fucked and work it out. A lot of the big point and click failures took the wrong lessons from Mist and Riven. Blueprints is incredible because Blueprints is a drafting game. Your initial run through that game is you pick the rooms, you put the rooms down, jobs are good, right? The everything else around it is phenomenal. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All right. Orzine, I do agree, but it's like, you know what it is? It's like XCOM. The original XCOM games are phenomenal. I was talking to Jess about XCOM Apocalypse yesterday and how, like, I was really good at the tactics bit, but I was shit at the city management stuff. I've never had that kind of gift. And the two newest XCOM games are fucking brilliant. We've learnt how to make better tactics games. If you go back and try and play XCOM 2, Fat Beast. Fucking.
You have to squat and dab at the same time.
I can't squat and dab. I'll fucking yeet myself sideways. Yo. It looks like your gremlin.
Just needs hair.
Yeah, but it looks like your gremlin. And you can keep it as a template gremlin, and then you can add other pieces to it.
I have an idea for the. Can you move real quick?
Yeah, sure. Bear with me 1 second, friends. Fucking yo. But yeah. You know what it is? It's because one of the YouTube channels I'm a huge fan of is Dungeon Chill, and Dungeon Chill's on a plethora of breakdowns of like old point and click games, especially the ones that got forgotten, including one that fucking Robert De Niro financed. Shares in it. It's weird. But also as a kid, I still remember playing the Starship Titanic. Now, don't get me wrong. In terms of style, and in terms of like aesthetic and voice cast and things like that, the Starship Titanic is amazing. If you haven't read up the story of that one, I'll tell you about it once I'm done with my squats. But the logic of it, even the fact that the goal of the game is to get your ticket upgraded to, you know, first class, isn't really explained to you. Yeah. But we wouldn't have incredible games without what we had before. You know, we needed that first stepping stone.
Oh, sorry.
Scared the piss out of me. All right, 25 squats and a dab. You're all terrors, and you're all legends. Thank you. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and Hobbiter! Okay, the heat's picking up over
Oh,
here.
yeah. It's actually pretty warm in here.
Yeah. Whew. Okay. There you go, you terrors. There you go.
We should have closed the door.
Oh, all right.
Did you close the window? You gotta close the window.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the heat comes in.
The heat comes in from the outside.
It's fucking hot outside.
Oh, blimey, no. Okay. Hello. But yeah, I love talking about this stuff because, like, the evolution of, like, literature and cinema and stuff like that is so lengthy. And the evolution of video games has happened in our lifetime.
Well, you had
See the squat sails back on there.
Yeah, because you still haven't done it.
Okay. Okay. Without further ado, let's wander. Because the other thing that strikes me is, like, with Myst and Riven, like, at a time when, you know, non-combat games were so rare. Oh. I need a beer. God. Something fierce. Already empty. Damn it. I mean, Vershi, you're not wrong in the sense that they're, like, comparable to the amount of games based on conflict or, like, combat. That the scale is skewed, but all right, flashlight. But, like, right now, it's not a rarity to find a game that doesn't have a combat system in. And I always prefer using the term, like, you know, conflict rather than combat. Because, like Ooblets, for example, I always like picking on, because technically, Ooblets is still a conflict game. You know, it's disambiguated, but, you know, instead of animals punching each other, it's animals busting it down funky style. It's still your creature versus my creature. Damn. Somebody broke into my digital apartment and drank all my beer. I think that's mean. It was you? Ah. Oh, that's why they call you Little Slugger.
Well,
You slugging back the beers.
that involved a bat and a felony charge, but
My beer. Oh wow, no, I apparently really need that beer. Yeah, well, Lyoshi, I couldn't agree more, and it's actually what makes me so excited, you know. Like, I don't consume cinema at the same, like, with the same veracity that I consume like video games. But it really does feel like there was this golden age of things that happened and we missed it. So now it's like, you know, especially when we're talking about like sci-fi and horror and things like that. With games, we don't even know all the genres yet. And like we have thematic genres, we have mechanical genres. Beer! No power. The beer's hot. Damn breaker box. Gotta chill the beer. But yeah, Lyoshi, that's what makes me so excited. Is like, even in the last like couple of years, we've had new like styles of games, new like mini genres. We've had like games that are more like movements. That's cool. Wrong circuit. Okay. Of fucking course. It's not wired to the fridge. Oh. Aeon says back on the East Coast they once had a beer that was so skunked it tastes like soy sauce. Ugh. 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 But yeah, jumping back, you know. I'm a huge fan of John Carpenter. Like predominantly his like sci-fi stuff. Jess is a massive fan of Halloween. And I love hearing about the stories of those kind of like horror creators back in early cinema. But then you hear the tales of what people have to do now to even, you know, be considered to be in the same room, to get even like close to the same opportunities. And it sucks. Whereas over here in games, like a couple of weirdos on a laptop can still change the whole face of everything, you know? Oh. And the other shoe drops. Wonderful. Got to find a way to get to the tower to get the power back for the fridge. And aside from that falling down the stairs moment, how's the audio levels, friends? As it's time to explore Lobsterville. You okay?
What? Oh, you said how was the audio, and I said trash, garbage, worst I've ever heard.
Not helping.
Hey, I'm not supposed to help.
But yeah, like the style in which we make puzzle games, the style in which we make horror games, the style in which we make all sorts. You know. Alright, just... You know what? We should just set the clock on fire. Project Silverfish is my obsession.
No.
I know. I'm sorry you had to find out like this.
But shit. You're such a poser.
That is what they call me. Poser guard. One of the reasons I'm so obsessed with Project Silverfish is because it is fucking fresh. And there was a time when, you know, the only action games could only be a COD derivative or a Gears of War derivative. And now there's a weird game about lizards fighting fey creatures with guns. Not dating Project Silverfish as a concept. Oh. I see the people all waiting for Project Silverfish 2 to come out. If it's, yeah, Project Silverfish are good. Why not Project Silverfish 2? You're not the side piece. I don't want to entertain jokes about that, lest it become a real complex. Keys. Need them if I don't want to end up like these dipshits. Cooked under a lobster sun. Oh, I didn't tell you the premise of this game. We're exploring basically an abandoned city that was, or is, wholly powered by burning lobsters. You got to stay strong, but it's hard. New DKO. Okay. Got my little weirdo flashlight. One of the reasons why I wanted to play this is it has that kind of like that pre-rendered Fallout, pre-rendered Riven kind of like vibe. Project Silverfish will arrive before Fallout 5. Uh-huh. Okay. Rose, you got any brews? No? One good thing this idiot did before blowing himself up. He always creep Levi out. Damn it, creepy Levi. But yeah, like, I don't know. I know I keep talking about this. You know, how it's important to look at the realities of what's going on, but at the same time, kind of, you know, celebrate the good shit. It's not, one should not huff copium alone. But in the same breath, like, I keep seeing all these posts and these discussions and things talking about, you know, the sheer number of games that comes out every day and why it's so terrible and bad. There was a new discussion about the Roblox. The fuck on. Learning, but that's for nerds. Oh, okay. I worked it out. Good at maths. One of the things that people have been discussing recently is how predominantly using AI slop, people have been taking concepts that are successful on Steam and essentially repackaging them for Roblox and things like that. And yes, that is a thing that is happening. Roblox is kind of a closed ecosystem. Oh. The titular lobster of Lobsterpunk. If cyberpunk is high-tech, low-life, then is Lobsterpunk low-tech seafood? Makes you think. Oh. It's kind of cool. The physicalities around like the lockpicking and stuff is pretty cool. But no, I don't see people talking about like how even though things have gone to shit for like the formal industry, folks are still buying shitloads of games and loads of people discuss the, oh, there's too many games coming out every day, but no one talking about how many of those are actually kind of good. Nice. And I feel like that really does warrant mentioning. Oh man, everyone's raving. I don't want to rave. Can I run? Nope. Ah, friendos are here. Oh, sorry, the camera got screwy there. Auto, Laba, Helmet, Bella? Nailed it. Like, I know it is scary right now to kind of look at the world of video games and see where things are. That right now, you almost need to plan for your game to not sell for months and months after its initial launch, having plans to, how to get people to pay attention, how to get people interested. Oh. Elo says, come on, man. I'm on my way, damn it. Yeah. Get the hell in here, no one's gonna fight you. Where are your shoes? You will get tetanus.
Tetanus is for the weak.
Nah, tetanus is for the weekend. What I find really, really interesting is how there are a lot of commercial AAA games that spent a large amount of time trying to strike a balance between what the creators wanted to do, the stories they wanted to tell and say, and what they had to put in for what they thought that people wanted. Look at this game. You are possibly the last person left alive in a city that's powered by lobsters. So Avenger said, do you think it's better to go full release than a post-release plan, or release early access and build on the beta? Depends on the game. If it's a one and done story game, then you really need to look at how you can launch it more than once. 2 toilets, co-op pooping, or competitive pooping if you're serious. 1v1 me in stalls. I don't think that guy's okay. Hashtag be brave. So yeah, Avenger, if you were asking me to advise on a game, I would always try and pick something that fits the game in question. Multiplayer games, roguelike games, craft and survival games, games that have a non-standard end. Now, you can do something like a linear narrative game in early access if you can do it episodically. But episodically means that the structure of the game has to remain consistent. Because believe me, everybody who says they're going to do episodic severely underestimates what that means. Because they think episodic means that you make the base of the game and then you just do content. But in actuality, every episode will be like building a new game on top of what was. Yeah. Deltarune's different, just because Deltarune can take as long as it wants. Toby Fox won't ever run out of cash. There are always too many people for my taste anywhere. These locks are kind of cool. And it's interesting that we were talking about, like, Mist and Riven, and how the lock-picking stuff, there is no tutorial. You just have to kind of work it out. Okay. Memory Lane. Remember the 50-year anniversary. What am I... Fucking flashlight collector? Oh! Big jar of meat. Powered by lobster meat. Yeah, and it's not... I'm not saying... Oh, that's not working. Connect the pipe. There we go. Type C boric acid boiler. Most commonly burns a mix of local crustaceans, high in borax, and sulfuric acid. Okay. So here are our local crustaceans. And here are the pieces for the boiler. See if we can get this working. But yeah, I don't mean to be all like, oh, you can't mention... What the fuck? It's what, 50 years of kicking the can down the road for the next guy gets you. Okay. Now, is there any indication that they need to be specific parts? So we've got to take another pipe up there. There's a power source up here. I can't use the flashlight and carry a thing at the same time. So. In case of malfunction, follow the steam. Okay. But you know, so stuff like Deltarune and things like that, it's not that they are inherently bad, it's just... The big thing that solves the episodic problem is money. And I know, shocking, a problem of capitalism solved by money. You know, ironically with good old Valve, it wasn't that they solved the money problem. Okay, here we go. They just made so much money that money wasn't a problem anymore. Does that make a weird sense? You know, they got so enraptured with the idea of, you know, Half-Life Episode 3 needing new tech, new hook, new additional stuff, that the whole thing just stalled out.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho, Vikings?
Lyrus, what and welcome. 66 months. 3 more months to go. I can thank you. How you doing? We're turning lobsters into power. Oh, and one thing So, friends, I don't know how long this game is. All right. If it ends well within time, we'll do some more of the end of the greatest RPG of all time, or we can do some more of Barnacle. On Friday, I want to show you a game called Written Wotten, which is a comedy medieval fighting game. Well, I should say like a dueling game of sorts. Okay, case of malfunction, cover the Steam. All right. Well, the power's on, so it's working. The question is where next. I don't know how long that game is going to be awesome and funny for. So my plan is that we'll do that for as long as. And then we'll jump back into Feed the Pit. Because I really want to play more of that. Oh no! Lobster body. I think I'm missing something here. The power's on. Steam pressure is going down, so it's probably I've missed a pipe somewhere. Ah, there it is. Follow the steam. Oh, and there's one more down here. Knowing my luck, I've taken the wrong parts from the wrong pipes. Oh, okay. Woohoo! That's why they call me the Lobster Master.
That's not what it
Is it not?
No.
It's not Lobster Master Overguard? Oh, weird. But yeah, so... Yeah, you're not wrong. Lobster for fuel is a very weird concept. And this is a weird kind of game. But yeah, so Avenger, jumping back to your previous question, I think that you can set up different strategies for how to launch a game based on what kind of game it is. Early access gives you a bit of sponginess, but it can result in people treating your game like it's not quite ready. You know? Shh. Go. Hey. Oh, hey. Levi with you? No, I think he's at the dumpster person convention. Boom. Who runs Barter Town? Lobster Master. Well, there's a reference and a half. Are you going to waste my entire break being a jackass, or what? Oh, I'm aiming for all. Alright, you two, be nice. He started it! With the little, the voices, I can't help but hear the, my sister had a baby, and I took it over. But apparently these were our two friends in the city, when the city was still filled with people. But yeah, Loris, sorry things have been a bit tricky. Over here, has been a bit shit, but had some good news today, and gonna make a plan and a scheme. like I said, I'm really enjoying the. It's not, but it feels like I'm in a pre-rendered early CD-ROM game. "50 years. Enter the pipe room." Oh, pipe, like half pipe. Oh. Okay, let's give me a chance to read some of these. Ah, okay. Yeah, it does have that CD-ROM kind of vibe, and I think it's the shiny but not shiny nature of the materials and things like that. And it really does feel like an early 3D animation point and click, and I mean that as a compliment. Boom.
Huh?
Boom.
Yeah, I working on my eyes.
Okay, 1, 2, and 3. It's kind of eerily quiet, which is very odd. Making sure I'm not missing anything. But yeah, I got a little distracted by video game and puzzles and nattering and whatnot. But we were talking about beforehand is like, you know, Laoshi made a great point, which is it kind of feels like the world of video games haven't solidified yet. And I wholeheartedly agree. You know, I understand that, like, you know what? Just, we'll call a spade a spade. The US is fucking nosediving right now, and it's hard. And because, like, the American games industry has been, like, one of the big super giants for so long, it's weird to see the huge entities now kind of biff it. Not to say that super giants biffed it. They're still perfect and have no flaws. But the actual, like, the medium of video games is going hard, you know? One of the things that I find extremely funny is because, you know, Hollywood it is built on the foundation of a handful of recognizable faces comparable to how many people are in that sphere. All right. With your permission, friends, I'd like to do the whitest thing a person can do. And that's not agonize over the pronunciation of the word croissant. I'd like to talk about a Marvel movie. Indeed. Talking about a Marvel movie or a Marvel movie trailer is the whitest thing I think you can do. Complaining about it, equally so. Oh, I see we made it to Lobsterpunk. So Scotty the trailer for the next big one has dropped. Huh. Well, to the massive ass centipede, thank you for dropping by and dropping a centipede fact. Scoliopendra cataracta apparently is a form of centipede that swims underwater. I thought underwater centipedes were just a nightmare from Rainworld, so nice to know that one's a real fear. Oh, my luck, it's probably one that, like, does some horrible thing to the human body, like crawls up a pee hole and explodes like shrapnel or something. In my ruddy luck. But anyway, so the trailer for Avengers Doomsday dropped. And it's just kind of sad. Hang on. I'm so sorry, my bullshit allergies are playing up. I think that if you sink a couple of margaritas, go with some friends, watch it as a cinema-going experience, you'll come out there and go, huh, that sure was a movie that I just... What? Oh, it's pipe. I was like, what am I looking at there? Did you all notice there was that whole puzzle section earlier that I just walked past? But the thing that struck me about it is that its big reveal as a piece of media was, hey, knowable character that you know, they're back. And that's so sad. Like, I remember when the Acolyte trailer dropped for Star Wars, because I'm just thinking of things that are equally as big in the same ecosystem. And the reveal that Carrie-Anne Moss, Trinity from The Matrix, would be playing a Jedi Master, and I was like, no! But with this, it didn't feel... I didn't... It just felt sad. Oh, and back on the centipede facts, apparently the swimming centipede does what do you expect, swims towards you at Mach 5 and bites you. Solid 5 out of 10 on the painometer. Not life-threatening, just ouchies. Okay, so it doesn't cause shrapnel dick. Okay, that's important. Lobsterpunk. I just find it very, very tragic that the goal, I mean, commercial art is always two opposing forces fighting each other, right? The one force is the force of creativity, to be memorable, to be weird, to be interesting, to be artistic, and the other part is the part to make money. I don't think the money side should be inherently evil. You know, you need a chapel to paint a Sistine Chapel ceiling. But it was so sad to watch that trailer, and again, just the big reveal is, oh, notable characters returning. Not thing you've never seen before happening, not the huge spectacle, not a special moment. Even the so-called motivational speech arcing over the trailer was so forgettable. It felt like, I mean, for lack of a better term, I agree with DJ Coyle. It felt like AI-generated nonsense. Computer, generate me a Thor speech. I don't know. And then I look over here at games. And yeah, sure, we've got a few notable characters. We've got a few famous people. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'm kind of a bit pissed at the Cliffy B attempt at redemption arc that he's doing now. It doesn't matter a hill of beans. It doesn't need discussing. But over here on video games, you know, we have fresh, new, creative voices making huge empires out of nowhere. Vampire Survivors didn't need a famous person to come out of retirement to somehow launch it into the stratosphere. Robert Downey Jr. did not pull off a mask so we could have fucking Lethal Company. You know? Guess I shouldn't play as Viper and Deadlock. If you don't want, Centipede ouchies. God. Patch Rabbit, don't get me started on Deadlock. I have played maybe a match. I played a tutorial and a match against bots, I think. But I am obsessed with it because Deadlock's going to take over. And because the only people playing it are people who want to play Deadlock, there is no advertising, there's no marketing, there's no nothing. It is already a huge community success before the rest of the fucking world have even taken notice of it. It will probably overtake Dota 2 in terms of success. Hey, little lobster guy. I don't want to step on him because I think I kill him if I step on him. I'm not going to Mario that guy. Lyris, and absolutely, like, authenticity is definitely an unrecognized commodity in a lot of these things. You know, obviously, Iron Man 2 was not made because of the artistic vision, but it had a level of authenticity and pulled from some really big stories. Oh, there you are. Authorized personnel only. Ah, yeah, right. Get into the punk part of Lobsterpunk. Oh, it's never stopped any of us. Come on, let's see if we can catch Ellie on a break. I don't know. I might dip on this one. Sorry, let me get through this because you're all making excellent points. I might dip on this one. Why, man? I don't know. Get in here. Okay, so jumping back to what you were saying, it's like, well, no, and Scotty, he isn't, but you know, I don't think anyone minds us talking about trailers for the most, you know, famous thing. They're bringing back Chris Evans, and by the looks of things, they're bringing back Chris Evans as, you know, Captain America, despite giving him a nice retirement. They've got Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom. Now, why do they have him playing that? It's not a creative choice. It's a shit. We are afraid that we're not going to make the same amount of squillions as our previous one, so yeah, and he wanted a paycheck. Don't look up how much money he makes a Marvel movie. It's a anyway. My point here isn't to shit on Marvel films because I still watch a few of them, and every now and then little bits of them scrape at some brilliance. You know, whilst the follow-ons did not do as well, Black Panther was incredible. You know, and I'm glad we are in a timeline where we got that. The TV shows were a mixed bag. You know, Secret War should result in someone going to jail. However, you know, Captain America and the Winter Soldier was brilliant. And like a huge Disney property that deals with, you know, American racism fucking head on. Like not even as a subtle side note. That's cool. So I don't want to be one of those people who just shits on things. My point is more that over here in games, we're seeing the fall of the old empires, but yet the breadth and depth of games that we're still seeing, the quality that we're still seeing, has not eased up. Like, in a strange way, I kind of wish the Hollywood machine would fall so we could start building something better. You know, it's been very, very funny because, as I'm sure you've all seen, like the cinematic releases of both the Amazing Digital Circus finale and Markiplier's Iron Blood movie did fucking brilliant. Sorry, Iron Lung. But apparently, I was reading this morning that the new Avatar movie is not going to be getting screenings. I'm sorry. What the fuck? What the fuck? Even the new fucking Gundam TV show got a cinematic screening. You know, the speed at which A24 has turned heel has been mind-boggling to me. I don't know if you've all seen this. That after the success of the Backrooms movie, A24 have been going around copywriting, striking anything Backrooms related as best they can. Even the director of the movie is like, I don't support this. I'm trying to stop them. And this is after A24 went, no, we're going in on AI stuff because, yeah. You know, they've gotten a little taste of a larger buffet and they want it. Jess has been dubious of A24 for a while, and I was the one of the two of us being like, no, they're fine.
Yeah, so listen to me when I brought up why do they make us watch that man fuck a mermaid?
Yeah. Why do you fuck the
No.
mermaid?
No. We still gave them money, and now look.
Mermaid fuckers are into
She
AI.
goes in the mermaid vagina.
Now, I do agree with DJ Coyle saying that the Marvel franchise has been bogged down for years under its own weight. And ironically, that it's suffering something similar to the comics collapse, narratively at least. Borax Solvation Mixer. Commonly referred to as the blender for its resemblance to a kitchen appliance, the same name. Used to create impure boric acid mix to distribute. Warning, technicians may experience acid burns. Oh, good. Acid burn and crash override. I do wonder if, kind of like a point and click, we can just walk through this, but if we want to back up and actually solve these puzzles, it unlocks something. It's hardly enough lobsters in the blender to attempt to start up quite yet. Or maybe it'll loop us back. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, DJ Coyle, picking up what I'm putting down. Orzine says, I have no points in the comic sphere of magic. I don't know too much. I know that the comics crash was caused by another, like, speculative market, and that the attempt to create a million different series and a million different covers and a million different, like, interweaving characters and things like that burnt readers out something fierce. I know that the consumers moved from buying single issues to buying trades because everything was so convoluted and confused. Hell, one of the things that I found really, really interesting, and this is kind of like this is what used to be a point in the Marvel movie machine's favor. Now, I would never ever condone piracy. I don't think you should download comics. I think you should pay artists for it. However, I did speak with some folks that did download comics. And as the Marvel machine was starting to take hold, you know, we kept getting banger after banger. Everything was moving up to the first Avengers. There were sites that there were piracy sites making available illegal, making sure Mr. the Twitch doesn't hate me, downloads of comic runs. But it would be hey, so the next movie is about Iron Man, what is it, Devil in the Bottle? And it features these characters. So here are the comics in order that you would need to read to get up to speed. Yeah, Orzine, that's what I'm here for. Knowledge you thought you'd forgotten, or tried to. Alright. Who wants lobster meat? So we've got to bring it the other way. Yeah, well, also, Orzine, also big same. Because of the convoluted nature of superhero comics... Alright, that's got to be enough to flip the main breaker. Okay. Because I didn't start getting into comics until the post-crash. Oh. You. Oh, hey, sorry. Yeah, same. Yeah. So you're the one who's tagging everywhere. Yeah, I've seen your art around town. I really like it, man. Thanks. No problem. Name's Sol. How about you? Huh? But no, so Orzine, all I was going to say is, like, as a dyslexic kid, like, comics were pretty good, but I was just limited to what I could get from the library. Hey, what did I... Oh, shit, I'm having lobster withdrawal. Must have lobster biscuits. But when I got into comics proper, you know, I read BPRD, Preacher, Saga, Sex Criminals. Obviously, The Wicked and the Divine is my big favorite, and then Die following up. Phonograms. I'm an unabashed Kieran Gillen fangirl. Alright, that'll do it. Alright, the blender is on. But yeah, Orzine, like, also kind of same. You know, I've not read a single issue of Absolute Batman, but I've been told at great lengths how good it is. Lobster for power. You know, Transmetropolitan is still powerful. And, I don't know. I'm not saying Transmetropolitan is a must-read, but one thing that makes me still fascinated with it is how it has a protagonist who is simultaneously determined that everyone hears his words and he speaks truth to power, but also does not want to be observed. Hates any kind of fame or recognition, but feels, you know, his words must be heard. The lobsters dance around the fountain. Transmet's a wild ride. But it's interesting because in games there isn't too much media that really addresses the whole, like, wish to create versus do not observe me. And he does like getting paid, to be fair. He wants his words to be on the pedestal, not himself. Yeah. Also, he doesn't use a traditional gun. He uses a shit your pants ray, which might be one of the single most powerful weapons in fiction. Because I've said this. You want to take down the Justice League? You need one hero, and one hero alone, and that is shit your pants, man. Or perhaps, you know, the pants shitter, the bowel disruptor. Yeah. Because the thing is, how many super suits does Superman have? How many would he shit through before he's got to be like, you know what? I'm not doing this. I will fight Lex Luthor. I will fight Brainiac. I will save the... I am not getting shit in my cape for the 15th time. And the thing is, if the Flash becomes the Streak, what's he going to do? Now, Batman's probably got a solution for it. But I don't want to think about that. somehow we've got to get that up there. Flash becomes the streak. He'll run. Okay. So we did have to go back the other way first before we could start messing with this. Oh, okay. That button is fun. That's the fun button. Vernflow? No, I do not. Anyway, I've gotten so wildly off topic here. It was just more the fact of, like, the comics crash was due to, you know, speculative markets, investment, and this idea that, you know, they could just keep pumping out shit tons more, you know, more comics, more issues, more varied covers and things like that, and it would just continue to make more money. Whereas consumers just got confused and lost. You know, honestly, the story of like Valiant and Image Comics is really kind of fucking fascinating. If you ever want to get into the real paint of it. Now, Image Comics managed to turn itself around. I think Valiant got bought. Yeah, essentially, Edwin. Yeah, they printed themselves into worthlessness. It's kind of sad. But line always go up. Consumer always buy more. You know, one of the big problems was the handful of users who could keep up with the stories and could keep, you know, quote unquote canonical was extremely limited. Okay, so 1 and 2 go straight through. Sorry, yeah. So that brings us back to where we were. 2 gives us a little leg up. Okay, 1 gives us a leg up here, so that's how we'll get through this bit. All right. Speculative markets ruining hobbies one at a time. Yeah. I mean, we're going to see a crash when it comes to Pokemon cards, for sure. Magic cards, who knows? Wizards have kind of built the whole secret lair and things like that into it, so I don't know if we'll ever see like Magic the Gathering crash. Yeah. Sorry, Orzine just saying that Frank Miller is sort of a POS at his core. Yeah, there's a lot of people who have done such influential work in comics that are themselves complete and utter shitlords. And it's very frustrating at times. Maybe that's why I'm such a Kieran Gillen fan. That is a fun button. Yeah, and it makes me wonder, Avenger, like, who's paying for Pokemon stuff? I read a fascinating little article about people going to the Times Square special event. A fucking... Oh, I guess this needs to be 3. Going to the Times Square special event for Pokemon fucking Go and then reselling the Times Square Mewtwo for insane prices. No, that was a very different event, Legend. Very different. No less horrifying. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, J-Post, it's been a hard one. But I try and look at... There's a lot of media in at least graphic novels and comics that says important things that are worth talking about. The annoying ones are when reevaluating the character because of the creator turning out to be a piece of shit makes you go, ugh. Like, I'm just going to say it. I can no longer look at Dream from... whatchamacallit. I can no longer look at him the same way from... God, thankfully I've forgotten the series. Neil Gaiman being a piece of shit really hurt because he did one of the best write-ups on Norse mythology. Yeah, Sandman, but reevaluating Dream's whole deal and the fact that Dream always looked like Gaiman, it was such a self-insert. I'm like, oh god, fucking damn it! It recontextualizes some stuff, you know. Because you can never truly separate art from artist. And there's like, because there's Frank Miller, and then there's one other bloke who is just famously crotchety and famously horrible to work with, and I hate that I'm blanking on it. Well, and Lyoshi, like, sometimes you can separate, you know, art from artist, usually after they're fucking dead. That's one of the big parts of death of the author. The author's dying. Okay, just very, very quickly, because I know we have this conversation, but just for framing, yes, death of the author is not actually about divorcing the author from the art, and it's not about killing them, though sometimes you wish you could. Death of the author is actually a discussion which is that the author's involvement is removed once they create a piece of art. The author is dead. What we take from the art and what we see in the art, we cannot have the author over our shoulder telling us, no, actually, this is what it's supposed to mean. That's what Death of the Author is supposed to be. It's just we've had multiple instances of impactful artwork turning out to be shitty people. And the problem is when you recontextualize some of that stuff, it becomes really fucking gross. That's... you know? And the thing is, it's complicated. There's no one size fits all, you know, solution for all of these. The Hatsune Miku thing, I always quite like when you have to talk about a piece of art, but you do not want to give credit to the person for being a piece of shit. You know? And you have to do it on a case-by-case basis, you know? Hatsune Miku's Minecraft is always quite funny, but, you know, ultimately, Minecraft was an idea that someone would have gotten to. It wasn't an inspired genius. And, you know, these days, it's, you know, owned and maintained by... I think it's only maintained by Microsoft. But the team that work on Minecraft now, they really give a shit. The peeps from the original team who stayed because they wanted to, not because they had to. And, you know, I've known some folks who've worked on it Microsoft side, and they really give a shit. Whereas, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of another game example that we can go from. Like, Kingdom Come Deliverance, I find uncomfortable because of, you know, the lead bloke's comments on, you know, nationalism and, you know, how a white Europe is historically accurate and shit like that. And Lyris, thank you for the bits. Yeah, Hatsune Miku's, you know, the Neverhood. Hatsune Miku's Anansi Boys. Which, again, infuriates me because it was my first... Anansi Boys was my first introduction into, like, African mythology. And that opening thing of like the power of names. Oh, we're gonna go get high on the wall. You want to come?
Is it? I mean, are there Dick's Burgers up there?
I'll ask.
Okay. Well, if there's not, then no, I'm not going.
I will actually say, if we had a completely, legality-free, no consequence, please don't ban me on Twitch, choice between a pile of drugs or a pile of Dick's Burgers, I would fuck up the burgers.
And a root beer. I really like
If we continue this conversation, we're going to end up having burgers. I should actually stop planning what I want to eat and consume over the next couple of weeks, though.
Yeah, you're like busier doing important stuff or whatever, but
That's so cool.
added better eyelids.
Oh, yeah, and you can see the irises.
Yep.
Jess is modeling a gremlin in Blender, and it already looks fucking great. Holy Boss kind of wants burgers. Ah, that's my secret. I always want burgers. Oh, sorry, Orzine, you mean the Neverhood, the point and click. Ah, yes. See, games are always a little bit different because... Oh, that's cool. Now we've turned the power on, everybody's glowing, which is really cool. Video games have an extra step in that if you're reading a book, you are reading the author's words and their intent. A performance, you have multiple levels. There is a script, there is the camera, the lighting, and then there is the performer. Like, multiple disciplines are coming into act. In games, you have that. You can't ever know the artistic intent of a tech artist because they're not normal. They're not. Tech artists are just different. Everyone is a game dev except for tech artists because they're special. Anyway. In games, without the user, there is nothing, right? Our meaning, our intent, is ultimately what dictates. Death of the author in games more traditionally comes from when we subvert the intent of an experience and make it our own. And that we're not just talking about different takeaways from the same experience, we're talking about drastically different experiences. We had a whole big old talk about DayZ the other day, and one of the big points is how it was a movement, how DayZ was originally intended to be a cooperative only experience. There was PvP in it just by virtue of the armor engine and how people hit each other. But then that led to the fear of the other, and then the realization that it's quicker to kill someone and take their beans than find your own. And that created this like PvP heavy environment, right? The author's intent didn't matter. The creators as a group meant for one thing and the game became another, because we're not just observing a linear medium here. We bring with us all of our experiences and our intent. I know we were talking earlier about, I don't like this. People saying, I don't like this game because it's too grindy, from a game that is designed to be grindy. That's people bringing in their experiences. And admittedly, they're getting it wrong. So, that's on them. All right, stay right there. Why? Oh, there. Sorry, what were we saying? Oh, why are you staring at me like that? Sorry, just really cool scene with you there. Had to have a mental image. Oh. Thanks. I don't really get noticed like that too often. I'm over here like, notice me, senpai. Anyway, sorry for dragging the conversation well off topic. All I was meant to say is, like, going back to our original point, if you wanted to go and watch the latest big blockbuster superhero movie as it is cooking up, you basically need to do an essay's amount of homework to have an emotional impact. Unless they have planned for that, in which case it's going to be half a movie of people re-explaining things to us. Ever since I learned about the whole Netflix second screen philosophy, Netflix have been pushing for their shows to explain and re-explain plot points during watching, because most people are doing something else while they binge watch shows. I find that infuriating, right? Binge watching shows is not the best way to absorb all the information as you're going through it, but you're watching it your way. And if you want to, you can half watch a whole show and then go back and rewatch it and pay attention. I did not give, for example, The Good Place the attention it deserved until the first needle drop. And then I'm like, oh shit. So I've rewatched it since. It's brilliant television. And J-Bo's, yeah, I mean, Netflix needs to get off my fucking turf. I'm supposed to be the second screen here. But I'm a second screen that you can talk to. But it's that thing of, like, don't dumb down the thing because I'm not doing it the way you want me to. I mean, Lyris, it's not even in theory. If you watch the newest or the last season of Stranger Things, they cannot stop re-explaining the plot to you. And the thing is, you'll have 3 characters in a scene, and they will be re-explaining things that are happening that has just happened. And you can't help but... can't help. Yeah. But you're getting the information that you just came to understood re-explained to you with no hint of subtlety. And any time that you could possibly glean something that was impactful or otherwise, a character will come in and tell you what was supposed to happen. Except for, it's bad. Like, the actual reason for the thing happening is just bad. Oof. Hey, where are they? I've got something I want to show you. Oh? Ah. Can I ask you something real quick, though? I don't want to come across as rude, but, like... you always seem to be free. Do you have any other friends? Brutal. I have loads of friends. They talk to me online all the time. It's all just you running every member of the Longship. Must be exhausting.
It so is.
Sorry, me getting distracted. This is probably not the best time to play this. I feel I've not been giving this game its breathing room for what it's going for. It's already brilliant. And, I mean, obviously the heavy elements here. This is a city falling apart. Like, the whole, city powered by lobsters is very euphemistic. Euphemistic? There. I think I have to let them down. No? Okay. Just gotta head on out. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. You know, you know what it is? We spend so much time with video games, you know, as a medium that when other mediums try and take their viewer, their user, their person into account, but end up treating them like a dickhead, I take it very personally. You know, throughout the years, we've had many attempts at, you know, talking with folks and making things happen. Okay. Sorry, I should have been paying attention. It probably told me what I was supposed to be doing. That very emotional scene where we were having a natter. And Chef, what and welcome. How goes it, mate? But yeah, Netflix changing their whole philosophy of like having everybody explain everything every 5 seconds because the audience is second screening or what have you. No, that's not why people second screen media. You know? And sorry for the clicking. Basically, your character turns off the flashlight if you jump. But yes, like in games, we always have to take the user into consideration. We can't not. And whenever we don't, we are punished for it. Users will be very honest about what they think about an experience. You know, they're not in the... Oh, well, Chef, look. Sorry things are being a bit shit. I hope they get better. And yeah, swing on by whenever you can, friend. You're always welcome. The conversation is wonderful today. And like, I mean, Scotty, you know what annoys me, Scotty, is it's not even like creating media for the lowest common denominator, which people are allowed to do. You want to make a documentary about a famous person that... Oh! Scotty, that's really cool of you. Thank you. And now next time Chef comes by, no ads. Okay, yeah, no, we can't get back this way. All right, I've gotten myself very lost, but it's a good time for natter. You know, making media that requires very little like mental engagement is fucking fine. Not every show has to be Twin Peaks, all right, or what have you. Like that's okay. All right. Well, like I said, Chef, have a lovely rest of your day, friend, and thanks for stopping in. I just missed what I'm supposed to do in this new area. What annoys me is that they're trying to correct a problem. Like, it's okay to have media on whilst you're doing other things. It's misunderstanding the data and thinking like, okay, well, we have to make the media fit the description. I should say fit the description. We have to make the media fit rather than just, well, making the media. All right, there is definitely something over here that I have not clicked. So I'm guessing with whatever has happened to this city to leave us as the last, so, you know, like, other people took their ways out. But yeah, my point was just that a great video game is an understanding that it is not just your creation and nothing, that there is a person, a player experiencing it. And you don't have to like them. You don't even have to be nice to them. But you have to acknowledge they're there. You know, one of the reasons why 0 Degrees West, 0 Degrees North, whatever it's fucking called, is one of the worst games ever made, is that it just exists. It not only is bad, but it says to the user that if you don't like it, it's because you don't get it. That it resents the user's involvement. And again, it's okay to hate your player. It's okay to fuck them over so fierce that they choose a new hobby. But acknowledge them. Acknowledge that they're there. That, you know, that they're a part of it. Okay, so it's not the paintings. We can't help the person. Well, we can't help the shadow ghost. Oh, can go through that. We can play with the tuba. Why would you give me a tuba? Okay. Can't do anything with the bed. The pills are out. It's a big tub. Oh, I couldn't see the door. One of the things that this does is for interactable objects, they get more red the closer you come to it, but because of the red of the lobster factory, I couldn't see it. All right, we're through. 6-hour tuba solo later. That would be my Star Wars character. Tuba solo. Watching the 50-year anniversary from here was truly magical, Nora. It's truly unbelievable how much this community has grown from when our grandparents got hired on, or hell, since the transfer of power. But now everybody is gone. Shame you never saw. Shame I didn't let myself show you. So we drew a gigantic mural of our, I guess, our love interest. I guess this is all just going back to Lyoshi's point about, like, you know, new genres, new ideas, and like what to get excited for. Like, I really, really enjoyed, what was it, 32 Murderers? Jilly?
Yeah.
You know, that idea of meeting a quirky cast of characters. On like a little sun-soaked island that was initially inspired by, was it Simon and Garfunkel lyrics? Oh, it's so quiet here. It's very unsettling. Like, I wish I had the time to dedicate to that game proper, to see if there really is something for doing all the different dream dimensions and bringing it all together. Weirdly quiet. Okay. Let's see if we can find our way through all this. Oh! The old congratulations special. Flashbang out. But I think about that game more and more because, like, it's another one of those stories that couldn't exist in any other medium. But then again, sorry, welcome to Will triple quadruple guessing himself backwards. What is it? Enya Dream Barbecue. I was mostly unaware of it. I knew it was a YouTube thing and that it was getting a game adaptation. I thought the art style was incredible, but you know, after we played that and learned about the fact that even the YouTube series itself is essentially anti-narrative, that it seeks to change constantly in such a way as to never give you a narrative, never give you a consistent line to go through. It feels, for lack of a better term, very French. I have created this art medium with no characters to follow and no consistent narrative. Good luck, chucklefuck. Well, actually, Scotty, it was only as you were moving towards getting the tea that time even progressed. Since you've sat down, time stopped again. Super hot. So much time. You had so much time. God damn it, me, and also arguing with me. God damn it, Scotty. Oh, that's stuck in my head now. Thanks. Ooh, green? But yeah, I'm sure the newest Marvel entry will make $1 squillion, and they will continue to make them, or it'll make slightly less than $1 squillion, and then we'll have to listen to 1,000 think pieces. It's just, I don't know. I think that was the point I was getting at, was like the sheer amount of researched media, because it's like, from what I saw, there was multiple things from multiple shows, including ones that I hadn't seen. And it didn't make me go, oh, my favourite characters together. It meant, oh, fuck, if I want to watch this, I now have to do homework. And then, you know, with my pondering into many things, is like, why do I hate that but like Blueprints? And it's like, because it's my choice how deep I go into these as I continue. And a lot of the threads that connect into this big creation aren't very good. Like, doing a rewatch of Twin Peaks feels less stressful, including Fire Walk with Me, I might add. Feels less stressful than trying to undertake the untangling of the narrative that's presented. Not this narrative, which I could probably stand to do a better job of talking about, but honestly, I think I'm here for the vibes. God, Lyrus, who would talk incessantly about watching Twin Peaks? That doesn't sound like anyone here. I was trying to think of something funny or witty to add on to that one. Twin Peaks is just good. It's Aeon. You can't trick me into bingo. I see you. I see you. You might be the last player of Longship Bingo. You can't trick me into it. Twin Peaks has been so influential that I think, Lyris, if you started watching it today, one, the first episode is very long, and it will feel like a standard issue crime drama until the big shoe drops. Wait, is this our apartment or is this the building across the road? Oh, it's the building across the road. But once it gets going, it's fascinating. Its structure, the performances, you'll be able to see its impact everywhere. The only thing I will say, right? There is a movie. The movie is called Fire Walk With Me. It is so avant-garde that if you watch the whole of the first series, not Twin Peaks: The Return, if you watch the whole of that and you go, holy shit, that was good, I can handle the heavy stuff now, then start Fire Walk With Me. It's not a second screen by any means. Caffeine, what and welcome. Yeah, we got crustaceans all up in this business. Whole city powered by it. Because we don't talk a lot about, perhaps not as much as we should, we don't talk a lot about, other media influencing games. And that's my fault. Because I grew up in kind of like the this could be the next movie era of like video game stuff. Which is infuriating. Trust me. But there are a lot of video games that are very influential, that are heavily inspired by, TV and media, and sometimes doing it in fascinating ways. Like, I always get into arguments about, like, what is the best Twin Peaks inspired video game? Because everyone always says Deadly Premonition. Deadly Premonition borrows heavily from the aesthetic, but Deadly Premonition is its own special kind of just fucking bizarre. One of these days we'll do it as a stream. You have to patch the shit out of it on PC to get it running proper. And I wanted to save that as kind of like as a special stream. Maybe if we have to do... Oh. I'm terribly sorry. I appear to have fallen into Crustacean Lake. Okay, no more drugs for me. Aeon says, as someone with selfish allergies, the premise is terrifying. There we go. Creator. This is a game by me. About me. And truthfully, for me. Huh. Okay, I spent the better part of 2 years almost entirely solo developing this project as my first game. I'd like to thank everyone who helped me immensely along this journey. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! That was one whole vibe. Yeah, the achievement says I don't understand it either. Creators that play the demo. Thank you, to my knowledge. Oh man, if we'd played the demo of this, we could have been in league with the Donk Zone. And they call me X. It's like that movie, The Lobster. I don't know, The Lobster was easy to understand. The true star of the show. Emotional support goes to Biscuit, my fat fucking cat. Now I'm gonna bust an arm congratulating myself because this was so much fucking work and I'm an egotistical arsehole. But hey, what do you expect from the guy who made his whole game as a thinly veiled allegory for himself and his own problems? You know? Again, I appreciate the honesty. Game design, writing, player character, concept, all the fucking art, all the fucking programming. Yes, I even did the damn Foley. The animation that made me want to stub my toe on a rusty nail. Fuck you. I am too lazy to write out everything I did, but it's literally everything else. And now the sappy shit. Oh no! I started my journey of game development on Rec Room. I'm physically unable to express the impact that game had on my life. But I can say one thing for sure, I would not be who I am today, and this project would not be what it is today, or even exist without the first place without it. Thank you to Rec Room and everybody who worked on that game for giving me my childhood. Fucking yo! For those who don't know, Rec Room's a local team. I know a bunch of people who worked on it. Aww. I wasn't prepped for this. I'll have to message some folks, but if you all know anybody at Rec Room, like, point them to this. Okay. And friends, that was Lobsterpunk. Rec Room shut down this year. The guy running it got super in bed with like generative AI stuff and other things, and despite Rec Room's success, he managed to burn it all down. You know, if you've been to The Sim, our good friend Terrence, that's where he got his big star. Fuck. And I had a feeling it was the case. I mean, the Lobsterpunk setting I thought was a great bit in a city where you're the last person left alive and everything is powered by lobster juice. But being an allegory for not really understanding people, not really understanding friends, and for losing contact and touch and losing people. You know, it was a great vehicle to go through those. I think I'm still a bit fragile, so I wasn't really ready to engage with the heavier sides of this, whether they were literal or allegorical, but they were done really fucking well. This was a first game by someone significantly younger than me that at no point felt like... at no point did I feel like, shut up child, or like, fuck off. And how many games have we gotten to a point of the needle drop and been like, fuck off? You know? This was really good. This was really good. Yeah, I'm gonna try and remember to message my homies who worked on Rec Room and just tell them. It's called lo-fi. I'm still angry about that. Simple Chaos, I'll be doing normal shit and I'll think about that bit from fucking that fucking game and it'll make me angry. Okay. So friends, I'm going to take a little break in just a second. Keeping in time with like the vibes of it all. We didn't find all the spray cans for that last one. And what was the last? We didn't find the notorious ferret. I see you, Eric, was they should make a whole game about this one button. And apparently the true ending is to find 14 pills in one run. It did say, why the fuck did you do that? Beat the game in under 20 minutes. We did not beat the game in under 20 minutes. But what I'm thinking, friends, is we can either go for the true ending of this, or we can leave that for others. And I think we should, if it's okay with you, I'd like to go back to Barnacle after this, which was the kind of like the spooky but not scary abandoned Minecraft game. Because the remake of the End of the Greatest RPG of all time is fucking brilliant. I really want to get back to that, but I also don't want to half-ass it. And Feed the Pit, I'm saving for if on Friday night we have enough of Rottenweiler. So what's driving the shellfish obsession? I mean, Aeon, if you want to dig into it, it was just kind of weird, you know, that the very thing powering the city was the very thing that was, you know, fucking everywhere on that one. Oh, lobsters and barnacles. I thought we were having a fucking arty conversation here. I was like, well, let's look into the symbology of lobsters. You know, creatures that are simultaneously delicious and also horrifyingly gross. They are coveted and yet sea bugs. Don't bother asking. Will just clam up. If you want to obsess over shellfish, we can. Okay. Plus, for Barnacle, we've also gotten to the really pretty point of the middle section. It's just, it makes for a nice, like a nice walking around bit whilst we're solving puzzles and whatnot. But yeah, no, that was really good. And for somebody's first game, it wasn't obnoxious. It didn't outstay its welcome. It was really good. And again, look, I understand it's a side effect of having lived. But sometimes when playing, especially emotional experiences from people that haven't lived, it can feel very, you know, my mom won't allow me to stay up and play Minecraft, and I'm going to make a sad, emotional narrative game about it. My parents would only buy me one car when I turned 21. Where? You know? Or in other experiences, like the co-op young adult game, which is called like Haven or something, about the couple that escaped to a planet because, you know, they want to be together, but the algorithm said they weren't supposed to be together. Gorgeous movement mechanics, beautiful visuals, two characters that have never had a real relationship in their life and will eventually have the messiest breakup of all time. But Lobsterpunk didn't feel obnoxious. Like, it didn't feel obnoxious at all. And that's not small. That's a huge achievement. Because a lot of us here...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, barnacles.
This is a load of barnacles. Virals. Heckin' thank you. 50 months. Don't stream for a living, friends. It completely breaks your concept of space-time. I'm like, that can't be right. Viral's just got here. Oh, no. Okay. But I am going to take a little break in a second. I just wanted to kind of finish off those thoughts. So yeah, Virals, we just finished Lobsterpunk, and it was really good. It was really good. I was talking about, like, media that's influenced games, and I wanted to talk both about the good influences and about, like, the shadow I feel like it took us a long time to get out from under. Viral says, don't make games. It completely breaks your sense of space-time. And with our powers combined, we can be chronologically fucked. Okay. Enjoy the soothing gardens of the only calm place in this game. And I'll be back with your lovely selves in just a second. Hello there. To which you say, General Kenobi. Made myself a cheeky little sarnie. Viral started making their game back in 2016, 4 years ago. I saw today that Darkest Dungeon is celebrating its 10th anniversary. And this is the thing, like, people try and get me with that, like, oh, did you know that the Xbox 360 is considered retro now? Doesn't affect me, doesn't faze me, but for some reason, Darkest Dungeon being a 10-year-old game, that gets me. Don't ask me why. Okay. Sorry. Oh, easy now. Sorry, I took a screenshot of where we found the map fragment so far.
Oh, sorry. General Kebab. I messed up the line again, sorry.
Okay, everybody, reset. Simple Chaos, reading for the line of General Grievous. Okay, from the reveal, and action. Woof. Hello there. Damn. Bastion, DJ Crow saying that Bastion just celebrated its 15th. It's the game that made me want to become a designer. Yeah, I got a message, Darren. Hey Max, don't let your younger brother build in the hub area. I can't look at his damn diamond house. Please remove it. It's fine. It's got gold trim, and a lava furnace for cooking, and footstool. God, what's so mean? Huh. Sorry, Simple Chaos said that Bastion was the first game they ever consciously decided to 100%. And I was just pondering, I was like, I don't know what mine was. I didn't get super into Chivos at first. It was only working at well, I guess before I started working at Game Station, I made friends with the people who worked at Game Station because, and this will shock you, I like to talk to people about video games. I'm sorry if this is how you found out. Almost. And we started getting into kind of like Chivo races and stuff like that. I believe me and Andy were in a bit of a race. And then when I started working at Game Station, we used the borrowing policy to boost our gamer score something fierce. And Kakazi, I'm sorry, but it's true. Okay. Okay, so we know the barnacles are causing corruption, or caused corruption in the server. I've got all of the main logs here, and then I think these are like the story world logs. So we'll go over those in just a second. Just enjoy the garden for a little bit while I have a Sony. Ooh. Sorry, Lyris was just saying that they managed 100% Terra Nil, which is no mean feat. And then the DLC dropped and added more Chivos. Yeah. I did enjoy Vampire Survivors using achievements as a way to like track progress of content for players. But I can only imagine how ominous that game's got to be if you're starting it now. And like Lyris, I fucking love Terra Nil. I actually went back to it earlier in the year. It's very hard to play on the Steam Deck. But like trying to get the photographs just right and taking the same photo of the same fucking duck, and it's like the third time it's suddenly the perfect shot. But I mean, if I haven't already told you, friends, I like achievements. You know. Oh, here we go. Like, I think there's something that's almost inherently unique to video games. And I love them because they acknowledge us. They acknowledge that we play games and that we are very much a part of them. Especially things like in the last game where the achievements themselves either acknowledge our existence or like give us little snippets of contextualization. Actually, Virals, I hadn't considered that. Viral's just saying that they kind of wish that Steam did things like other stores where each DLC is considered a different group of achievements. So for Bloodborne, the platinum is just for the main game. It's not for the main game and the extra stuff. What happened?
Oh, I just think I finally did a thing that broke the program.
I was worried it was going to pull some shenanigans like that.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Okay.
I did it.
Welcome back. Viral says they know FromSoft hates achievements. They do, but in a strange way, achievements do kind of run counter to FromSoft's philosophies. You know, it's your adventure, it's free form, it's your character, your world kind of thing. Oh, and just very, very quickly, if you haven't seen this game before, it's spooky, not scary. We're in an abandoned Minecraft server trying to find out what happened. It's not actually Minecraft, but it behaves very similarly. Apparently, something got on the server. At first, they thought it was a malicious mod that somebody's kid brother had installed, but these barnacles started appearing throughout people's worlds, and then there was something that was corrupting stuff. Now, we haven't encountered what that something is yet, but we're looking. It took us a while to find our feet and get... we have a hammer that lets us break light blocks, and a key that lets us unlock these kind of like steel doors. There are no doubt other pieces within. Actually, and some of the maps also lead to other places. And over here, I have my little map of the multiverse. Oh, and not to flex, but I do always like talking about it. Just because Aeon mentioned that they've got 6 perfect games on Steam. I'll have a look over to me. And yes, my grand fish is there. Not the best fish. I currently have 43 perfect games. I'm very proud of I'm very proud of Mad Mullet Jack and Keyword. But I mean, there's a lot here that just makes sense. I mean, Aeon, I haven't gone casual. 437 hours in Blackout Club. Just shy of 70 in Below Zero, 60 in Subnautica, 50 in Wolfstride. That was an undertaking, but very worth it. Borlex Pit, I didn't even mean to. That just happened. Same with Chernobylite. Chernobylite, Tales from the Borderland. Post Void's another one I'm very proud of. If you hear any incoherent sounds behind, friends, that's the Jess and Blender negotiations. Last Stand Collection, Space Warlord Organ Baby Trading Simulator. Sorry, Space Warlord Organ Trading Sim, not Baby. So there's things like Inside where it's impossible not to get it. Navicometeus was just, I wanted to see what else was in it, and I was not disappointed. Same with Sniper Killer. Fight Crab, because I fought that crab. Kakazi would like to ask how negotiations are going. Does that answer your question? Oh, here was an interesting one. The Resident Evil 2 remake demo used achievements to track how long you played it for. And I need you more tonight. Don't start that. You're not prepared to finish it. Did I ever tell you Scott Pekithley used to lead the whole of the Creative Assembly in a quasi-synchronized cover of that at every fucking office party?
I mean, that's lovely.
Stuff a legend. Anyway, finished Masani. Now in here, we found the map fragment, but we haven't found the portals to the other realms yet. So we're either trying to get up to get down, or wait, Virals, do you have all of them, or do I have all but one? Because if your compulsion for achievements extends as far as making sure your friends have finished all the things. We both have all but one achievement in Night Rain. That's dangerous knowledge. We could get the band back together. But if we are getting the band back together, someone's got to say the boys are back in town, and it can't be me. Obviously, the boys being more of a gender-neutral orcish term rather than, you know, the standard. The boys are back in town. And then the guitar riff kicks in. Are you going to play the boys are back in town again? Absolutely, absolutely not, I say, as I begin to key in the boys are back in town. I can make that jump. There must be a double jump power we get later. Fuck. Am I ready to stand for the British national anthem? Always. I mean, Verdon, I'll set us off if we need to. Do you need me to get us started? Okay.
Will.
All rise.
Will. Will.
Coming out of my cage, and
Will.
I've been
Sit the fuck down. Sit down. Swear to God. We're about to get real domestic up in this bitch.
Promises, promises. You know what, Simple Chaos? I deserve that. I deserve that. While he's standing. Just put my plate away.
Yeah.
They're making me squat.
Mm-hmm.
Some would call deserve it.
It is deserved.
Double it and give it to the same person. God damn it. I mean, I have been saying for quite some time, you got to get up to get down. And what are squats if not the teachings of Sir Vanilla Ice? Not to be confused with Vanilla Ice, who stole all his ideas. I could just hear Verdon from across town belting out, "Open up my eager eyes." Oh. Another song that will be completely negated by good therapy. Alright, Terrace, 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh. Oh. That metallic popping sound was me. Okay. Oh, on the subject of games fully achieved, the save room game I'm rather proud of. That's the what if Resident Evil 4's attaché case, or whatever it is, was a puzzle game where you have to make all the pieces fit. I played the fuck out of that. Unfortunately, I did accidentally get all the achievements on the Forest Cathedral, which I've come to hate more and more, but we can always talk about that later. All right, 20 squats. Worth it. Okay. 1. Ooh. That was a snap, crackle, and a pop. Let's try that start again, shall we?
Probably try actually doing a bit of stretching.
I did.
That's, mm-hmm. Sure sounds like it.
It did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just very clicky. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20. There we go. Ooh. Okay. Right. So we're still trying to find our feet in Barnacle a little bit. It's going to take us a little while, but this game's very much about just, explore, discover. We were starting to make some headway in. We're starting to make some headway in the weird suburban area, but we need something that resembles like a light. So that's why I'm checking. Oh, this is the wrong one. That's why I'm checking some of the other regions. We managed to find the hammer in the castle, but I don't know if we've gotten the chance to use the lock on anywhere else. Yeah, so that's the castle. That's suburbia. What's this one? Because obviously stained glass is the church. Oh, this is the bloody cornfield. It's kind of... Oh. Darn it, I thought I saw something. There's a hook to each of these different regions. A puzzle, a mystery. And I guess either heading towards the moon or the sun is probably the hook here. Oh! Now, once coming through this region, I did find something. But what that something is, I don't know. Aha! Alright. Well, that's good. Alright. Got one map fragment here. I haven't worked out what the mystery is, but we have one fragment. Okay. Alright, so we definitely found a looping area. Okay. Oh no, Holy Bus. All the visuals been used so well. Oh yes, and that was the other thing we worked out last time, was that there were commands. Like, we can change the overworld to night. Tell me I didn't take a screenshot of the fucking commands? You fucking fool! Vernon's still going. See, that's proper national pride there.
No, it's not even a.
Wait, you get bologna sandwiches in jail?
They have bologna sandwiches in jail.
No ollie outies. You know the rules. Oh. Huh. Don't think I'd actually... Oh. I think I've been up here. One of the players made a discovery. Strange things happened on Door Island at night. Oh, yeah, no. We did find that one, because we found out what happens on Door Island at night. Okay. I think one of these Aeon has the... Okay, welcome to the server. And there's the cute little fountain. entry area. Okay. One of the buildings has all of the notes we found so far, and hopefully it has the commands. Because we found open night turns the hub world, or door world, I should say. This is the hub. It turns door world into nighttime, and nighttime gets us into a secret area. Right now, we're trying to... Huh. No, so, Aeon, you can use open night, but if you try and use it in the wrong places, whatever has possessed the server admin, or whatever the server admin is, will slap you and go, no. And if you use it too many times, it sends you to jail. Expand the server, building contest, max. Don't let your little brother in here, because we're all mean. Did someone finish my build? I swear I left it half done. Okay. The black blocks in my world too. Okay, yeah, so there's the new command, open night. You don't want to go outside. Okay. But I could have sworn, if you're still out there, I've been watching the nights. Okay. Guys, I got into the server, but none of you are here. Did you move the spawn? Oh yeah, open hub at the console. That's how we got here. And whatever is the weird spoopy mob, they try to seclude it on the Fortress Island map, but it got loose. Hit the key as far as possible, so nobody can free the creature. I hope it's enough. It escaped. One of the players made a discovery. That was Door Island at night. Something wrong with the doors. Oh yeah, and that was... Okay. Yeah, so getting into here was the last thing we did with Open Hub, which means that there are other commands somewhere in this world we need to find. Okay. The only thing we also found was that we could do... you can say things like hello, and Leah will say, don't greet the dark like it's friendly. Jesus, alright. Okay, so that was Cornfield. We have that. I don't think we got the map fragment from the suburbs, so we'll try that. We got the fragment from this area, but we can't get through it yet. And I don't yet know what we need to do in the glass world. There is a creature in there, but... So I guess we just check the suburbs and have a trundle. How you doing? Creative time done. Nap time is now. So there's going to be a lot of Faffermancy here, friends. Yeah. Nap time for gremlins. Oh, actually, that's what I was doing. I'm trying to get... Okay. I think that's where we came in. No, that's where we came in. Alright, so we'll try over here and see if we can hammer through it. Sing your way to snoozing. Okay. So the other thing about this game is that it does have some creatures in it. They are not scary. But it does lead this like, it does give it this surreal feeling. You know, you're exploring a long lost server. I think I worked out where we had to go in the suburbs. Anyway, so jumping back. Before break time, sandwich time, and squattage. One thing I wanted to natter about is just kind of like the speed at which video games have grown up and the whole like little brother syndrome that it's always had. You know, little brother syndrome to sci-fi, you know, literature, sci-fi TV shows. Hell, we've been in the shadow of especially Hollywood for a very, very long time. And that's not inherently bad. But it's kind of exhausting, I'm not going to lie. I know. Some people would say that's my greatest trait, and those people would be lying. And before you ask, yes, those buggers will come to life once it gets dark. And hunt me for sport. Okay, so I did get the map fragment from Suburbia. Alright, so then we're just waiting for the... Was it the first one? God. Sorry, friends, my mind is go. We did... Is it now? We did find one room in one house in Suburbia that was like hella locked. Or at least the back of it was. Yeah, here we go. Ah, but I guess we finally got in? If you're still out there, I've been watching the nights. Ah, okay, yeah. This is just telling us. So we're going to wait for nighttime now. Because we can wait here pretty safely. And then when the stairway to nowhere appears, see if we can find some doors to open. Fuck sticks. See if we can find some doors to open there or some things to crack open. This game so far has been a lot of just explore, get lost, find the thing. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I guess I've been kind of obsessed with it because there's so much of video games that, especially during those early days, was people just going, hey, movie that I loved in the 80s. Can I make a game of that? And that wasn't the case across the board, but it's kind of fascinating to see where it was and where it wasn't. Like, I was trying to think about it, and I was like, Fallout was pretty fresh. You know, there were loads of like ray gun, golden age types of media for donkey's years, but I can't think of any other that smushed it together with like post-apocalyptica. Obviously, Mad Max 2. Obviously, Fallout 2 was heavily influenced by Mad Max 2, and that's okay. But its initial foray was pretty original. Excuse me. I mean, honestly, Aeon, them getting just Fallout as a name was a fucking super tier win. Well, so I thought about it, and I was like, man, what is with the slow alarms today?
Dumb shit. Like dying loudly.
But Fallout bears technical similarities to Wasteland, but Wasteland is your typical kind of post-apocalyptica, which I guess was damn near out of fashion by the time we all started growing up. Okay. We're looking for a big stairway into the sky. As long as we stay high, the meatmen can't touch us. Story of my life. But like Fallout takes, sorry, Wasteland takes its iconography from a lot of stuff. And it's not like Wasteland's not bad by any means. I'm not trying to shit on it. It's just the thing I've been becoming more and more obsessed with is just like games outgrowing film and television, growing into their own right. It's kind of cool. It's grumpy at me today. God, you break a little bit of space-time and suddenly everybody's on your ass. But it's different than just inspiration, right? A lot of video game stuff exists because how we make popular movie thing into popular game thing. You know, Duke Nukem was not a fresh and original character. OC do not steal. And again, this isn't meant to be like you know, I've got. Oh, okay. The wobblers are. Oh! Awake. Damn it. Whatever those two things were. Okay. We'll come back to the suburbs again. Because I'm missing something there for sure. And for the cathedral we need to get up. There is something there. And there doesn't currently seem to be a vine or anything around this way. And there's certainly a creature in the darkness, that's for sure. Like, I thought it might have something to do with climbing this, but... Aeon, I did not. The only thing I saw recently about Zomboid was a fascinating little discussion from one of the OG team about this is how you don't make a video game. Like, I am very happy with the Zomboid success and its continued existence because it's fucking fun. But that game is not an example of how to make a game. It is a cautionary tale about how not to make a video game. Alright. See if the budget creepers out here. Aeon says they're quite mixed about Zomboid. They've rage quit twice and uninstalled once. Yes. I mean, I've said this before, I'll say it again. What I appreciate is that they said, this is the story of how you die. Not, this is a zombie survival game where you survive the zombies. No, no, no. This is the tale of your end. Akari, I'm sure I have no idea what you could possibly mean. If there's one thing that people say about me, they say, you know that, Will? Flawless driving, that one. Never crashed a car over guard, they call me. doesn't like it when you look at him. Tried chasing, but to no avail. Oh, okay, this is new. Okay, we can't break it. And Dice, a good evening to you. Watto and welcome. Kakazi would like to take this opportunity to formally call her bullshit. I'm sure I have no idea what you could possibly mean. My navigational skills are second to none. Okay, here's the weird shape again. Like, we've seen that shape in the suburban area now. Terribly sorry. It's my indigestion.
Jesus.
It sounds like two car horns having a battle. Should probably get that looked at. But yeah, Dice. I hope all the pre-con prep's going good. Over here, we played a game called Lobsterpunk earlier, which was somebody's very first game, and it was really fucking good. Fuck. Sorry, I thought I was onto a winner there. Yeah, now we're on to... we're returned to Barnacle. Because maybe I crack the puzzles in this, maybe I don't, but... no one can say this game is boring. Now, what was the command line?
Command line was Alt F4.
Oh, Alt F4. That never got old.
Nope.
See, Vernon, I know you were going for a bit like try 80085 delete system 32, but my brain read that, try boobs, and went, well, I'd have to buy new t-shirts. Brains be braining. Darn it, it was the end of the last stream, and there was something we had to hold down for a few seconds, because that brings up this. And then, so if we do, what was it? No, it was like open night. Yeah. But there was another... yeah, so we can still wake up from here. Oh, wait, hang on. Open night. There's the creepy thing. Oh. Huh. The hotkey from the last stream was Shift, Control, Windows, Alt, L. Ah, that's so helpful. Try and get me with the old pebcac issues. I am the pebcac issue. Wait. Now, DJ Coil, we just got the hub teleport, but it was... or am I fucking hallucinating? Did we not get an additional command line? And Akarina, you're thinking about kick flipping houses. Very different maneuver. Shipping houses is okay, though. Okay. Like, did I hallucinate that we found a new command line? Probably. Alright, well, let's take the... Because I know we used the key on the door here. I think it was one of 2 doors that we found. I don't know if we've explored much else of the ice area. Because this is the house we found the first map fragment, which I thought was a snowball to throw at people. I don't see anything breakable here yet. But maybe once we get to the... Okay. Again, the hammer lets us break already damaged blocks. Okay. And again, we went into the underground of that region and through like a rusty maze puzzle, which is where we ended up getting the hammer in the first place. Did I not find the map fragment in Suburbia? I know in Suburbia we found the way to the strange clown dimension. That was haunting. And yeah, down there is where the door that we opened last time and went through like the rusty pipe maze. Not a euphemism. Anyway, sorry, so, to those of you who just joined us, this is Barnacle. This is a haunted but not spooky game. You have logged into what appears to be a long abandoned Minecraft server. Only it's not abandoned and there's something here. It's predominantly... Oh, excuse me. It's predominantly a weird one. It's logic puzzles and like physicality puzzles, but in the sense that the logic and physicality of, well, Minecraft. And the point I was scratching at earlier before I confused myself trying to work out where the fuck we are was just talking about how there are lots of things that video games have aped from and learned from. You know, video games as an art medium has always been kind of the, for lack of a better term, the little brother. You know, oh, Hollywood thinks you're so cute. Oh, look at all the little things you're trying to put together. Oh, that's great. Ah, did you make that yourself? No. You know, that is how a lot of it feels. I'm not saying that's necessarily the case. It's just, you know. You know, we've constantly been, oh, excuse me, you know, an industry living in the shadow of, you know, of the post-Hollywood blockbuster, really. I weirdly keep thinking of that one bit from Jarhead, where the helicopters fly over blasting music. And our character says, that's Vietnam music. Why can't we get our own music? You know, a lot of our iconography and style and artistry comes from, you know, 80s and 90s Hollywood. Now, things are different. We not only have inspiration that's coming from so many different places into games, but we also now have games that are themselves inspirational. And one of the reasons I want to come back to Barnacle is that the logic of this doesn't come from Hollywood nonsense. It doesn't come from emulating specific TV shows. Yeah. This is the area we got the hammer. It comes from It comes from a game itself, a fork of Infiniminer. Okay. And its unsettling nature, its weirdness. I mean, it's something wholly its own, wholly our own, you know? That's why I haven't shut up about the fucking Backrooms movie. Because that's the pendulum swimming back the other way violently, right? Hello, Dustin. I'm just happy that Zach of Zachtronics is now Zach of Zachtronics. Because for a long time he was very much the I don't want to talk about Minecraft. For those who don't know, so Infiniminer is what Minecraft originally was based on, like a fork of. And Infiniminer did not do crazy numbers. Not Minecraft numbers, anyway. Oh. Hello! I don't think you're supposed to be there. Huh. Verton's saying that it wasn't a fork, just heavily based on. Huh. If I knew that, that dropped out of my head. And Fred, what and welcome. How goes it? Parkour, parkour, parkour. And all of this begging the question, am I supposed to be here? Or am I breaking the game? Dear God, there's more. Take the boy out of QA. Can't quite get the acceleration there. Oh well, never give up, never surrender. John Hamm said that. God darn it. Infiniminer is a spoon of Minecraft. Get out of my house. Yes, we know. Your siren works. And you just sound like a guinea pig sing-along. Oh, and if it seems like I'm just trying to like boundary break on this, it's hard to tell in this game when I'm where I'm supposed to be and when I'm not. Full chord noises. Alright. Can always get a little higher. Can always dream a little bigger, darling. I don't know. I guess it's become like a bit of an obsession of mine, just because on top of a lot of things that aren't great in the world of video games, usually the person in charge of a project is usually white as the driven snow and very manly. One of the things we've seen multiple times is these specific blokes in position of power feeling like they suddenly want to be Hollywood. Vernon, stop trying to get me to sing Mr. Brightside. You know I want to. And the whole joke about it being the unofficial British national anthem is because more people will get up and belt out Mr. Brightside than God Save the Queen. And it's God Save the Queen. It's a song about Freddie Mercury. He's a great man, great mustache, very homosexual man. No fall damage. Dustin, never forget. Mr. Beefside eternally immortalized. Although I don't know what happened. I'm sad to say, friends, we lost the clip of "Baby Don't Fear the Reaper" of my first Reaper encounter in Subnautica. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. If you never got to see it, I'm sorry. Was the Reaper naked? That's a philosophical question, really. What constitutes a naked Reaper? God, I am fucking stuck. I am really fucking stuck. There is absolutely no guides on this. Okay. Oh. Yes, Kakazi, I did get the VODs uploaded to YouTube, so... it's, you know what, it's something I still struggle with. It took me a long time to understand that people might actually want to watch the VODs of all of this. Because it seems so alien to me, right? Like, sorry. I get to an extent why some of you will hang out here. Not fully, but at least a little. You know, I talk about video games, and you lot talk about video games, and I listen to you lot. And sometimes I learn, and sometimes, hopefully, I say something that's interesting or worth talking about. And hopefully, you know, you'll learn a little bit. You know, that makes sense to me. We're watching the post-recorded VOD of that. I didn't get, because like, why would you want to listen to this dickhead? I promise I'm not doing like compliment fishing. In fact, it would make me feel significantly better if you could drop a doozy of an insult. Damn near impossible. There we go, Fred. I knew you'd have some cocked and loaded like a snarky Spider-Man. Fred's like, wait, you play games on video here? Have you seen a physician for that? I can't afford the treatment at the moment. The treatment being a stable job with medicals. Yeah, I haven't really talked to the Streamers Union yet. See if I get any days off my teeth. I kid. This stream is better than Netflix. This stream is better than the final season of Stranger Things. Oh my god. Think about how much money that cost. Aha. Ah, cool. Yeah, you know what? Fred? That would be the case. I got no sympathy for the last season of Stranger Things. They literally told on themselves that they were using ChatGPT to write it. And look, that was one of the other things we were talking about earlier, is like, games growing up in the shadow of the 80s, and how many of those movies were kind of elevated to cult status after the effect. But the sheer number of those movies that were not finished when they started filming. Like the cocaine years of Hollywood were something. Oh, and Fred, hard agree. It's actually kind of interesting that whenever we talk about like post-apocalyptica, we talk about like Mad Max and things like that. We don't talk about the 50,000 post-apocalyptic exploitation movies that dropped. Again, like, I'm sorry I keep bringing up movies. It's just I haven't had the opportunity to get into a new series. So, and I've kind of burnt out on people with interesting takes on video games. I don't know movies like I know games. I used to, but I don't now. So, like, I can watch a whole breakdown of, like, Escape from New York, and I'll be like, huh, I didn't know that. Like, for example, Escape from New York was a really cheap-to-make movie, and it made bank. And it was partially responsible for the boom of post-apocalyptic movies, because you could film them in, like, warehouses and abandoned buildings with little to no change. So you could make a post-apocalyptic movie dirt cheap and quick. Yeah, I am. I'm well past my prime. I'm burnt out and everything's crumbling. Okay. So yeah, so it's something that's Scotty says, welcome to my world. Yeah. Hopefully you saved me a seat by the fire. Fuck was I going with that? But yeah, so a lot of video game people are, and again, this will shock you, I hope you're sitting down, massive fucking nerds. And because of that nerdery, there's this secondhand idealization of like 80s and 90s cinema that some of it thoroughly deserved, some of it not, Because it turns out my little brain did not know what was and wasn't a success back in the day. For example, like, I would have sworn blind up until recently that The Thing was a very successful movie because of the success of stuff like Alien and things like that. No, The Thing was a huge box office bomb. Sorry, apropos of nothing, I saw the Toadstool. Just thought of Adventure Time. What's the password? Whatever, it's 2009! And this long-winded rambling is just getting back to my original point, which is we are now at this stage where there are things that have come from internet culture and games and don't have a direct brethren. I'm sorry I don't shut up about it, but the Backrooms movie is important. It's important because it comes from our culture and was adapted to video games. You know? Hell, Control is fascinating because Control is to the SCP what Alan Wake is to Twin Peaks. You know, initially the primary inspiration and becoming more of a springboard. It's not an ocean, it's a lake. But the difference being is like, you know, Twin Peaks is more than just David Lynch, but it is definitely his magnum opus. I almost said his opus magnum, which I guess works too in our conversation. But the SCP is an organic thing that sprung up from, you know, the minds of twisted internet denizens, culminating together in a post X-Files style. Like, how much sci-fi shit did we have growing up that was just, oh, I really like the X-Files? Yeah, and Vernon, Wikipedia culture. Wikipedia culture is an actual culture. Yeah, Fred, we miss them all. It's just, I'd love to have the budget to do a one-shot, like a one-shot TV special of the X-Files in 2026. Mulder, I do believe... Wait. You know, Scully, I believe I found evidence that there's aliens. Yes, on the internet, we actually proved that there are extraterrestrials. What are people doing about it? Absolutely nothing. There are forces at play in the universe we don't understand. Yeah, I know. Bunch of kids tried to do Naruto run at Area 51 so they could fuck the aliens. We almost had to gun down a bunch of anime incest teenagers. I mean, and I guess, while not a direct... One of the things I liked about the Foundation is that they felt... The Foundation feels plausible, as in, like... Obviously, the X-Files kept running for as long as it was because the mystery was always a good part of it. But, you know, basically, after the first season, both Scully and Mulder would have been given very high-ranking jobs in the FBC. Hi, yeah, we know you work for the FBI, but we'd like to hire you. What's these? Blank checks.
What is that weird?
Is what weird?
What is meta runners?
Meta runner.
The show.
Meta runner? Like one word.
2 words.
I'd have to Google it.
Show.
It's an animated series that looks meh.
I'm trying to understand what you keep telling me.
The series focuses on Taria, an amnesiac. You can tell I've been on the SCP, amnestic. An amnesiac girl who discovers that she has the ability to warp inside video games.
Wow. This is.
It ran from 2018 to 2022.
They say this is what my grandma looks like.
Okay.
At least it's not negative.
Huh. Sorry, apparently MetaRunner has something to do with Glitch Productions. Which apparently they did before doing Murder Drones. It did 28 episodes. Yeah, never crossed my feed. So, Orzine, one of these days, not during the summer, but one of these days, I'm gonna set aside a winter evening, and we're all gonna huddle together for warmth in Discord, and I'm gonna show you all the handful of episodes of the World of Darkness daytime TV drama. It was like called Kindred the, how was it? The Embrace. I almost called it Kindred the Unsmashed. I don't know where that came from. It's so bad. Like not even the live action advert for Shadowrun the TTRPG comes close to how bad it is. Coffee and Kindred. I mean, make mine Irish and you got it. Okay. Speaking of watching horror media, yes, we do need to do our what will eventually become infamous rewatch of The Legend of Chun-Li with director's commentary. I mean, no one's been strong enough to come with me on my rewatch of Rebel Moons Part 1 and 2. But also, I haven't felt the need to boost my own ego that hard. Fred's like, or we could scoop our own eyeballs out with sponges, which would be an equal level of fun. Okay. I'm definitely say I'm feeling a little stumped on this one. I don't know if anyone wants to have a hunt for a guide or something. I couldn't see one quickly while I was looking. Because right now it feels like I need something like a torch or a light. I thought we unlocked a new command line last time, but I also might be misremembering that. Is it harder or easier to watch than William Shatner's Tech War? I would say that William Shatner's Tech War is fucking funny. And also, you can pretty much guilt-free rip the shit out of Shatner, so... Obviously, his greatest contribution to media being his don't deep fry that turkey PSA. The hard thing is we have no idea of knowing how/when we're doing, but so we'll try a diagonal scoop, because those two pillars was definitely something new. Problem is, once it hits nighttime, these little flesh bastards activate, which makes things significantly more difficult. Sorry, if I haven't mentioned, I love watching bad media sometimes, especially if I'm feeling low, because it reminds me that, you know, there are no geniuses or rock stars. And there are, but they're not the people who get heralded as. And that we can just make art. We don't have to justify it to anybody. You know, Mikey Newman likes saying no one knows what they're doing. And it's true. Ooh. Oh yes, Verdant, the 17-minute documentary on the making of The Legend of Chun-Li. Brilliant. Okay. So this is the house with the memo. Let's see if there's anything else in here that gives me a hint. Aside from it just being quote-unquote nighttime. So I don't know if the weird blobs can open doors, but... Okay. I know you think digging down is the way out, but I don't think it's getting us anywhere. I feel like we're just going deeper into this place. But if you still believe in it, keep trying. I'm going to keep watching the nights. Okay. There should be a 17-minute documentary about the making of The Legend of Will Not Killing Bacon, an equally fictitious piece. This is slander and bullying. This is workplace bullying. That's my legal advisor, Gremlin and Gremlin, attorney at law. And hey, sometimes there's something great to love about terrible media. Fred, it's all just a dream. You're going to wake up later, you're going to forget that Street Fighter The Legend of Chun-Li was a movie that anyone ever made. And you're going to be able to sleep soundly the following day. Orzine did a watch of episodes of SWAT Cats. Damn, there's a deep cut. I either did not know or forgot, but I either found out or re-remembered that originally for Predator, Jean-Claude Van Damme was going to play the alien, and that the look of that alien was this weird fucking bug thing that kind of looked like.
You're right, Will. This is workplace bullying. Don't worry, I'll tell HR. Hey, a little fiery. The turnip feels bullied.
You see that?
What?
You're right, Will. This is workplace bullying, so don't worry. I'll tell HR. Hello, fire! The turnip feels bullied! And that's still more useful than most HR departments.
I'll contact lead legal counsel. Hey Nova, get him.
More bailiff, but yeah. And virtue, thank you. So like we came from down here and we just started heading down the street, and that's when we saw the pylons. Oh.
Shit, hey, cat.
Point. That's why we send people to the Shadow Realm and not Horny Jail, because we don't fuck with that cop shit. Also, why would you put all the horny people in one self-contained environment? That is how you get, like, super STIs. Okay, I'm gonna make sure the meatmen aren't. God damn it! And that's how we create a chaos god. We put all the horny people on Horny People Island, and there's no way it can. Oh, we have made a terrible mistake. Convert to the super sexy soldier program. Sorry, as I said, I've been watching a lot of these retrospectives, and I did watch a retrospective of the Resident Evil movies, and just how they change in tone and things like that. And one thing that's funny is that when the tone of the movies shifts to post-apocalyptica, everyone after the fall of civilization is hot. Why isn't anyone studying that? They should be missing teeth, missing bits, missing eyes. But no. Civilization has fallen. Zombies roam the earth, and everyone is uncomfortably hot. I'm missing something here. I feel like we cracked something last time. Oh, fuck a duck. I know what it is. I know what it is. Of course. I'm getting the end of the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time and this mixed up in my head. There isn't... The command line is the command line, right? Was it cracking those knees? No! Just a little worried you're getting kind of the Batman dance there. They're like, I always think about that, like, Batman thinks he's being cool in the club doing the bat dance. What he's actually doing is drooling out one side of his mouth, having done his bat ketamine, going. Anyway, all right. So, if I can, I'm going to see if I can make some headway on this, and then Akari, you can have your bloody squats. But it's that thing of like, I think it's fascinating that Resident Evil has become the monster zombie franchise. I think that is worth fucking studying. Like, but I'll say this, on my binge of media, because basically, to try and keep my brain from spiraling horribly about the fact that, you know, I have a lot of things going on all at once. I've been playing Arena Breakout more. The PvE mode is great because it's not stressful. I don't lose my stuff unless I'm being a dingus. And, you know, while I'm doing inventory Tetris and stuff like that, I put varying YouTube videos on. You know, the kind of thing I can listen to, but I don't have to pay direct attention to. And one of these is a horror channel. Matt Draper, I believe, is his name, and I'll find some stuff. And, you know, mostly horror movies, zombie movies, but also like horror and zombie media. And one of the things he does is breakdowns and conversations about unmade projects. So he got access to John Romero's script for the original Resident Evil movie. And look, I love Dawn of the Dead. I love Night of the Living Dead, both versions. Day of the Dead fucked me up for a while, but it was really good. But father of the modern zombie film, George A. Romero's Resident Evil script would have driven all of us up the wall. For a start... Oh.
I'm still hoping for a Resident Evil entry with a lead character who used to be a stunt performer. Resident Evil Knievel when?
Oh. Resident Evil Knievel. Get out. Get out. And then please come back. No, Vershi and everybody, like, thank you. I still actually haven't processed Ehrman throwing in a huge chunk of change. And Moose, you know what I mean. Specific kind of dingus. Anyway, I just find it interesting that George Romero's version of Resident Evil as a movie would have sucked. The characters were all higgledy-piggledy. You would have hated his plan for Jill. Jill was going to be basically the damsel in distress. Yeah.
Only damsel in distress is Leon Kennedy and Chris for each other.
Look, they date if they would date if their schedule wasn't so busy, and if Leon could just realize that he doesn't actually like Ada, he likes Chris. Leon likes unrequited love because he doesn't have to do anything about it. If he admitted his feelings to Chris, then he'd actually have to like do something. And Chris, instead of going to therapy, went to the gym. So they're forever orbiting each other, like two shippable boats in the night. Honestly, Fred, that whole thing about them wanting to put together a Resident Evil game that's just like Leon, but he just lives a happy little life, like Leon's downtime.
We had a fishing game.
Huh? Yeah, Leon goes on a fishing trip and has a fucking break for a change.
Yeah.
If it requires Leon to realize anything, it's never going to happen. He has two things going on in his brain: cool moves and terrible jokes. Maybe that's it, Orzine. Like, Leon thinks he's hung up on Ada. He's not. And Chris is definitely hung up on Wesker.
But where's Wesker?
But where's Wesker? Because that's why I think Wesker's still alive. I think the ending of Resident Evil 5? Yeah, 5. You know, with Chris punching the boulder and shooting a missile and saying... It's because Chris let him go with a gentle stroke of Wesker's cheek. I just don't know how to quit you, says Chris to Wesker as Wesker, you know, puts his sunglasses back on, tears stream his cheeks, and walks off into the night. But he had to tell everybody that he killed Wesker, so he's like, and then I punched a boulder at his face, and he fell in a volcano, and I shot him with a fucking missile. It's so cool. Orzine, at this point, I don't think Chris can read. Actually, Chris is supposed to be Air Force. Him and Barry, both ex-Air Force. Squat. Thank Akari. Or thank Akari. I don't know. You're in the splash zone. Oh, and just so you know, friends, I can talk about Resident Evil for hours.
You just said you could talk.
Not about anything.
Yeah. Lies.
Well, how would we test that?
I would rather we didn't.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's actually a British game show called Just a Minute, where you are given a random topic and you have to talk without hesitation, repetition, or deviation on a topic.
You see how you just did that very thing?
Yes, I hesitated and I paused. So, but I also think, like, what could I do that on? You basically have to talk breathlessly for a minute on a topic without repeating yourself. If you hesitate, any other contestant can buzz in and try and... But they have to keep the thread going. Hesitation is defeat. Hesitation is death. Barry is... Well... Okay, if Barry is first best dad, I think Jill could be second best dad.
Jill is not really that.
Leon's got wine on vibes, if anything. What about the hand guy? Oh, poor Ethan Winters. He was a good dad.
The moral of that story is bitches ain't shit.
Bitches ain't shit. Yeah, so Nuke aren't Open night. So open night and open hub were the two commands we found, and then we were exploring this bit. Now there's a whale carcass we can get into here, so I guess we'll try and see if we can hammer that open. I just, like, we joke and we laugh about Resident Evil, but what I love about it is that there's actually very little they've retconned out. They've been keeping that franchise going since the 90s, and apparently the Resident Evil movies are canonical. Been meaning to give those a go. And Ikari, I do agree. I think it's an engine limitation rather than a choice. And Baron, return welcome. How goes it? You missed the announcement earlier that, yeah, I'm now at... Ooh. This place isn't safe for you. Okay. Somehow gotten myself very stuck in the dark. I can't see anything. It's not just you, by the way. But I've done this technique before. So technique is not working. I am now very lost. Switch items, go outside, ladders. I'm not missing a flashlight command or anything like that. Okay. Okay, so if there's no hint, help. This place used to be full of people, don't ask where they went. Okay, so we'll wake up. I guess whatever our hint is has got to be in the hub world. Because that was our big puzzle solving. Sorry, Baron, did I say hi? I hope I did. How was your weekend? What you been up to? Tell me your tales. We played through a game called Lobsterpunk earlier today, which was... okay, yeah, there's an open hub. Lobsterpunk was very, very sweet. Oh, I was going to do a bit about becoming a full-time Minecraft streamer. And it would have been super funny, and you would have been like, Will, how are you so funny all the time? And I would have just smiled and been, you know... No, I can't give away my secrets. Okay. Alright. So we checked through most of this. The only thing I can think is that there's something in the notes we haven't checked, and there's something to the maps we haven't worked out. So I'm going to hit that. But yeah, Baron, I hope you're doing good. I guess the thing I was nattering on before I completely lost my train of thought about Resident Evil is just how, like, you know, video games have always kind of lived in the shadow of film and television. And now we're starting to get out from under it, and it makes me very happy. You can, okay, from here you can access all major areas and community projects. Okay. Alright, building contest. Building contest contestants. Max's brother is a knob. Finish my build. Okay. If you touch them, unpredictable things happen. I tried that. Okay. Thank you, Fred. You know, it's nice to get excited about a new hobby. But all I was saying was, when you think about how many other horror franchises have come and gone, Resident Evil has actually managed to maintain some class. It's learned over the years. You know, it was essentially tip of the spear on so many different kinds of game, and yet it's still good. Like, people are going to be talking about Resident Evil Requiem for a long time. It simultaneously understands that Resident Evil is a cheesy, over-the-top third-person action game, and also a fucking terrifying. Hang on. Help. Okay, so it means that help is a command. We just have to use it in the right place. Okay. Okay. Okay, I've got a little bit of a pointer. So we need to keep searching this area, looking for a sub area that is yellow. Now, I didn't see anything over by the big cross. Oh. Pfft. Took me 2 seconds. We had to follow the roses as well as up a bit of the old parkour tower. No fall damage. Okay, back on track. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay. Now I'm hoping that what we find up here is going to be a light or a torch or something like that, because I don't know exactly where we've got to go. And I don't know, like, talking about Resident Evil isn't exactly the most original of maneuvers. It's just... Even when the modern zombie film became passé, like, Resident Evil was still there, still banging stuff out, you know? Between... God darn it. You know, if you think about what we now call kind of like the modern zombie craze, pretty much came in around the same year as, well, or because of the remake of Dawn of the Dead, Left 4 Dead, and a bunch of other things all dropping at the same time, and people going, hey, zombies are actually kind of cool. You know, the Zombie Survival Guide and World War Z and all of those. Fuck. And all those kids doing fucking parkour maps of Minecraft. Be fucking laughing at my raggedy ass right now. Plants vs. Zombies. But, like, there was Resident Evil still making games about zombies. Almost. Almost. No, too soon. Oh, you fucking me. God. There's an alternate universe where Plants vs. Zombies got better supported. Same with Peggle. Peggle 2. Cue the fireworks. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting well off topic. And I'm not saying every Resident Evil game has been perfect and brilliant with no flaws. It's just, oh, you son of a bad word. Ah, pissed the bed. We're basically on the club again. And Baron, kind of, yeah. You know, everybody else tried to... Well, I guess we did have Silent Hill 2. You know. With Konami and Capcom basically being like fucking sports rivals. You know. Capcom came up with the concept of survival horror. Capcom made theirs, Silent Hill. Then the first one was not very good. And then Silent Hill 2 came out, and then suddenly it was a cool kid thing. Except for it didn't sell as well as Resident Evil 2. And would be blown out of the water. Piss every bed. We'd be blown out of the water by Resident Evil 4. God, it used to be like a different edgy thing to be a fan of Silent Hill 2. What time that must have been like, eh? You were right. Nondescript gremlin noises. Oh, is that the dinner time alarm? Okay. Oh. Nani the fuck? Okay. Well, over here being like, I started like Silent Hill 2 before it was cool. Oh, hello. I didn't mind Silent Hill 2. You have to understand, I was a Resident Evil fanatic, and a lot of the people that really liked Silent Hill 2 back in the day were... If you think I'm insufferable...
Fucking who would say that about me?
you ain't seen nothing yet. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen, so I'm putting my ears in.
Wow, they're being
No.
like noises.
Oh, no, because there is a fucking ball of flesh coming at me. Not a euphemism.
Have a name. What is it?
Okay, I don't like ball of flesh.
Yeah, well, I don't like you. So. The fuck is this?
No. No.
Did you die?
No, I fell.
I know.
If I mocked you even an iota as much as you mock me... Alright. They're gonna find me into club. Alright. Okay, so look for the light. And look for the flowers. Here we go. Oh, Lizzo. It's interesting that we did the rounds going through this map several times and never found this tree. Okay, back up we go. But yeah, the success of Resident Evil as a franchise it makes me happy. It's a big AAA thing. They keep making cool, fun, interesting stuff. And when they had a game that didn't sell very well, they didn't lay everybody the fuck off. Yeah, I do think several people got turned into a fine paste after Resident Evil 6. Just can't imagine Wesker as a baby daddy, you know? Paul W.S. Anderson, the true visionary. Look, the thing that hurt to admit was that while that series got well off the Resident Evil train, and only kind of sort of brings it back to Resident Evil plot points here and there, bless you. It knew what it needed to be, and I appreciate that. You know, they did keep Jill as a badass. And, like, seriously, if you haven't seen Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City, don't. But, fuck sticks. Oh, and Fearless, what and welcome. But it will make you appreciate the W.S. Anderson films. And they made a shitload of money. Like, I'm not saying, like, cash is the only defining feature, but, you know, even the last one in that franchise made silly money. Put on a Sam Riegel? Yeah. Sam Reich, not Sam Riegel. That's a different person. Okay, okay. Okay. Shake it out. Shake it off. Shake it off. It's taken me ages to make any headway in this. So I need to do whatever this is before I go loopy. And then we can decide if it's burger time or not.
I regret to inform you.
What?
You've already gone looking.
It's just, you've been gone for weeks now. It's just me and myself.
Yeah, I left. I said, you know what, Will? If you don't stop talking about projects or things, I'm packing my things and I'm leaving. And you were like, well, this one time I went down in these tunnels and there was some creature down there, yeah? And I offered him a crumpet and some fucking beans and he was on his way. And I was like, right on, Tayo, good chap.
I'm sorry. What? I need to inform you, that wasn't me. That was actually Littlefire's impression of me. I know it was eerily similar. Fuck. It's just, I've drawn your face on Bonio or something. Kakazi's like, I've been wanting to tell you for months. Oh. We have no idea who this little fire is you keep referring to. That is probably the most accurate shit. Okay. Look, you can hear about Silverfish or you can hear about Arena, and I got a brand new teapot, and I had adventures. God, this is fucking hard. Well, so Fearless, I mean, congrats on adventures, and I do appreciate the lurkage. Maybe one day we'll get that purple tick. We just need 20 to 30 more people. Simples. Anyway, easy peasy. At the moment, I'm trying to... thanks to a couple of lovely people, there is a significant chance that I'm going to be able to make the goals I need for getting my teeth pulled without having to kind of go fully destitute, which love that. So at the moment, I'm also like, I'm not going to be able to eat because this has to go ahead. Otherwise, I don't. So I'm starting to plan, like, what do I want to eat in the next couple weeks? Burgers, for sure. Yeah, I think, Vershi, I got to finally learn how to make congee properly. Obviously, Ket's family made it all the time, and it was fucking tasty. It's one of those, congee's one of those foods that if someone tells you what it is, you're like, is that really that good? It's a chicken rice porridge. You've had it before, haven't you? Sorry. It's like with horror games. I'm so used to having to explain to other people who don't get it. That is how I describe you. Exactly with that. Taquitos, exactly. Well, so Fearless, I've spoken to him, and, like, if you don't mind me talking, like, you know, figures and stuff. So, basically, I got to have 2 back teeth out and one of my wisdom teeth out. And they initially quoted me, like, 3.5 grand. It has come down to 2.5. Now it's not just like pulled teeth. They're doing a fucking bone graft and shit to make sure it actually heals and doesn't rot out and all of that good stuff. Because it's bad. Vanderbeest, not for like 6 months to a year, depending on healing time. I mean, I'm not going to miss the fucking wisdom tooth, let me tell you. Sideways shaped bastard. No, but Fred, to laugh away the pain, I asked the dentist if I slip him a 20, will he put some light up teeth in? And for the briefest of moments, he looked at me horrified like I was serious. But yeah, I got to have that done in the next couple weeks. So I'm bringing it all together. Now, I actually haven't asked them if they want to be known for it, but a long shipping individual did throw in like $1,000. So suddenly, from 3 down to, 1.5 to raise is viable. It's possible. Because obviously my worry is that without dropping rent, there was no way I was going to be able to make it. And yeah, I quite like living. So I was having a few sleepless nights. Okay, here we go. We're back in the green. So we're going to check the... I'm going to avoid the meat flesh, and we're going to check that like infinite upstairs and see if that gets us to where we need. Somewhere in this area, there's a map fragment or, I don't know, some kind of tool that will help us. So yeah. I'm actually hoping for something like a flashlight or something. But yeah. I got that information literally moments before starting stream. So I haven't come up with a plan or a strat or what have you. I don't know. The orb. Okay, so we went that way. Let's try up. I don't know if this has... Oh, unsettling. I don't know if this has space and time warping or what have you, but... Oh, it does. If I go down? DJ Coyle says, infinite upstairs is what I'd call my top surgery. And Vanderbeest, sorry, jumping back, I may ask, it's going to be a long time before that's a possibility. What the folks are saying is that they want to get the oh shit, oh fuck, you're in trouble stuff fixed. And then after that, look at... Okay, so this was the right way. I just have to not biff the jump. And then they want to look at, saving the stuff they can, which I really appreciate. Okay, so it was here we were supposed to go. Damn it. I'm really not sure where we're supposed to be going from here. Because we jumped down that way and then we kind of got... Oh, you son of a bad word. Son of a bad word. Less lucid dreams, more fucking nightmares. I knew it. I knew it. Yes. Take that, dream logic. Avenger, if I had jumped off at that point, I think I would have just been like, oh, and used the mute mic button while a long, drawn-out, blood-curdling scream is unleashed. Oh. Legend of Zelda, is that you? This is fine. This is fine. This is not fine. But anyway, friends, I don't want to talk about money stuff today. You lot have already been lovely. And while it is not the most fiscally sensible maneuver, I'm thinking about what I want to eat in the next couple of weeks. Because, you know, it just struck me again, like, it's going to be this is going to be a long healing one, so I'm going to be on very soft foods and sobriety for... I knew those were pliable. For quite some time to come. So, like... Right. It seems like the map fragments are also by these, like, weird... I don't know. People pieces. Aha! Alright, what's this? Fast forward. Fast forward. Scratch cut. Yep, that's me. The Legend of Zelda. I bet you're wondering how I got here. My copyright lawyers want to also know that, so they can know who to sue. Okay. Oh, okay. Check it out. We now have long-range jumping parkour skills. Fast forward lets us move much quicker. I don't see anything here that we can use that for right this very second. But... Okay. No. See, you're all missing the point. I'm not thinking about, like, what I'm going to eat once I have to recover. That's fine. My point is, like, what am I going to eat you know, in a farewell to Gob. Come on, that was pretty funny.
Your teeth are going off.
They are not coming back.
They're gonna die out there.
Yeah, it's less, you know, glorious battle and more Attack on Titan civilians. And remember, friends, there's no such thing as a Nintendo. Vanderbeest is following me there. Okay, so now if we wake up, we have the fast forward tape. So that doesn't get us... fast forward tape doesn't go in there. Okay. So if we head back to Hub World... Well, lost my backpack in the Golden Forest. I can't find it. Is it Golden Forest? No clue. No clue. Alright, but where is it? Yeah! I knew I could do this. He says falling off immediately. Actually, Akari, I was going to ask, so what's your plans for the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam? Because apparently it's starting tomorrow. Huh. Which is very cool. Huh. Alright, fine. But the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam has been like a really good jumping off point for a lot of folks. And a lot of like good, successful commercial games have come out of that, which is kind of rad as shit. I think I remember where the upstairs is in this area. Alright, All Quiet on the Western Shoreline is very funny. Of course, it's a Dustin one. You know what it is, friends? It's like, now that it doesn't feel like a fucking game over clause, now I'm just getting myself, like, mentally ready for it. Like, I had extractions as a kid, and they sucked. But I'm prepared for it. That's okay. I mean, Akari, programmer art is art. And if you'll like the concept, you can always... sorry. I was about to say, you can always tart it up later. I don't know if the term tart it up is really one I should be using in my vernacular. Tart yourself up. But I do use it to refer to myself a lot, so... I don't know. Read into that how you will. It's me, I'm the tart. Fuck off! We were talking earlier today about Myst and Riven, and how they're the worst games for tutorialization, but they are worlds all their own, with their own special kinds of logic. Can't make any of those jumps. Can't make that one. Don't see any gaps in the wall there. Parkour. One thing about this that I find fascinating is that the movement logic is Minecraft logic. Like, the logic of this world is based on, well, just that. I thought you were about to In My Solitude me. In my solitude. It's not fair that you can actually sing.
Huh? Except it is you, because I'm not real.
I'm on your mind. Darn it. Found a cool little like hidden cabin. I thought this was our victory noise. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. So this does have non-standard environments. Oh good. Mmm. I'm now covered in blood and mushrooms. Okay, so I guess we have to sprint between different spots so we don't fucking die. Ooh, a little bit hairy there. God damn it, we got cabins in the woods again. Okay. Damn. Sorry, I'm getting covered in mushrooms here. Ooh. Okay, okay, on that thought. Dustin says, if it's a choice between the British tart it up and the American slut it up, I prefer the former. Obviously, the British version of Slut It Up did feature Mary Berry in her early days. And it's interesting that when they converted the show for America, they not only called it Slut It Up, but also got Gilbert Godfrey to feature as the host, bless him. It was an odd choice. It was an odd choice, but certainly a creative one that I can understand. Okay, so you've basically got a mushroom maze. What does it mean? It means you've lived a life of sin. Okay. Just for those watching, there was never actually a reality show called Slut It Up starring Gilbert Godfrey. If there had been, who knows what world we would live in today? What changes that would have made to the timeline? But shit. Shit. Fuck. Okay. Okay. So look, we know where we've got to go. We've got to go to the Rust World and then Mushroom World. But I think that's as much as I have. There was a short-lived game show called Who's Your Daddy? No, that was Scotty's right. That was called the Jeremy Kyle Show. It was. I assume you're aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay. With infinite time and money, I would do a graphic novel series that apes the Hip Hop Family Tree, which is a good series, by the way, and I do recommend it. But it would be the history of reality TV shows, but in the exact same art style. You know, Jerry Springer, Dr. Phil, Jeremy Kyle, all of them. And while I'm sure there's, I forget why it is that, what's his name, Jerry Springer's a knob end. There was some reason. I do always appreciate how these people would come onto his show for real or fake reasons, fight and curse at each other and cause trouble and what have you. And at the end, he would always try and bring it back to a positive message. I don't know why, I've always appreciated that. You know, it's weird the things you still think about. Alright, Akari. Oh, I said Akira. I'm falling back onto bad habits. I'm going to have to bring our adventures to a close, friends, because my brain is goo and I am just descending into madness. Further into madness. But what I want to do, get Rebellion on board and do the long-awaited Judge Dredd duty. The trial of the Dark Judges. I must get a double jump somewhere else. So I can get to here. Maybe I just have to jump late. It says, going a little bit loopy. Is that the second time I've said Akira instead of Akari? Alright, yeah. Yeah. That's the... Will wants to stream, but he should stop. But hey, like... we got to play 2 great games, and we got to make some headway on Barnacle. And honestly, having Barnacle as kind of a little chip-away puzzle game will be pretty cool. Edwin, thank you for being here, and if you didn't hear it earlier, like, congrats on Detective Mermaid, or Mermaid Detective. And those 2 adventures are very different. Just, I know it's only a small snifter, it's by no means the same, but I know what it's like when you can't put all of your focus into a thing and then someone comes along and says, hey, that thing you did, even though it was like 10 years ago, that was really cool. And I'm sure that person who came in and was like, well, I really like those old Total War things you did. They didn't fucking know. They were just like, oh, a ginger twat's going on. Oh, I'll go say hi to him. Goddamn right, Dustin. Goddamn right. I've got my fight back. Right. So, I need to say my thank yous. And I'm sure I can find some lovely folks to pass you over to. Huh, that's weird. Our Space Cadet of Seattle friend is over at Twitch HQ right now, somehow. Huh. Right. So, on my happy closing thoughts, if you find yourself doom scrolling and looking over the ills and addles of the world, 1, we're going to get through this, but also 2, like, the world of video games isn't dead. The old ways are crumbling, certainly, but it is wild to see just how fresh and original and fast and incredible the games coming out are. You know, with the games industry nations now fractured into several, we find ourselves in a world of Steam, and at no point have we been left wanting. I think that's really cool. Thank you all for having my back even when I'm being a fucking mess, and for just being a lovely lot to chat with, chat to, chat at. Thank you. And to those ends, I'm Mr. Brightside. That was Verdant. The glare you just got. So, to Dicko, Lyris Dragon, the Swedish Chef Jokum, and Virals, like, seriously, thank you. I know Scotty was gifting a sub there, but the rest of you all were either very funny or very lengthy sprees. Ehrman, thank you so much for diving in early. Like, we'll work out a plan, we'll come up with a Shark Week 2 or something in the next couple of weeks. And on top of that, Ehrman, Akari, Scotty, Simple Chaos, Vershi, Wolfcrad, Some Numbers, Alness, Relu, Vanderbeest, Chitaru, Lyris, and Scotty again. Seriously, all of you, thank you so fucking much, alright? Like, thank you. The whole moderation team, not just Nova and Caffeine, but Moose and Tal, you are fucking legends. And thank you, Sage, for bringing in a raid earlier. It's been 1,000,000 years. Right. So I guess that's the thing. Friends, do you fancy banter? Do you fancy... Do you fancy banter? Do you fancy zoos? Or do you fancy the buds? Verdon trying to get me to clicks. Mermaid Shark XXX scary.mid.
I beg your pardon.
And no, Aeon, as much as it was very stressful organizing everybody for Sea of Thieves died because Sea of Thieves just it died a natural stream death. I love that game, but also it's not that same thing that, you know, the original crew first started delving on. And
Sleeping at the bottom of the ocean.
Indeed. And hey, if another game like it comes along, then another game comes along. You just have to wait for Subnautica 2. Well, that I'm going to have to do solo first. So... You know what? Ozine said zoo. So I'm going to pass you over to Margin Walker, who is playing Planet Zoo.
Good game.
Yeah. The only reason I was a bit hesitant to throw people over to Space Cadet Seattle is that if he's doing it from a Twitch box, he'll probably only be in there for like half an hour or so. And Ozine, Windrose would definitely make a good one once there's more updates in the ilk.
That'll be fun.
Yeah. Because I will admit, I missed you lot for ship names. I forget what I called mine. It was like the Age of Insomnia.
I don't remember. Sure, there's a screenshot.
Oh no, Age of Insomnia is my spaceship. That was it. Because I was playing games late because I couldn't sleep. Okay. Oh, Aeon, write that down. Mandible Lecter for my next skeleton run. Yeah, Dustin, we already used Yachts and Prayers. It's a really good ship. It's iconic. Yachts and Prayers, Schooner or Later, and then, of course, Alone in the Shark. An iconic set. Though, obviously, the best ship name in the fleet was Ems's with Sink Shaming. Like, that was just too good. Jawson voice. Damn it. We'll forget all these next time Barony comes around. Anyway, that's it from us tonight. Friends, whatever you do, have a lovely rest of your evening. And yeah, go have some zoo time. I do like heading over to Margin Walker because Margin Walker's cat cam is always iconic. Right now, his cat is quizzically watching. All right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. See you on the morrow. Oh, tomorrow we're doing Scotland!